In a previous film we put up on YouTube titled Two Former Nation of Islam FOI Speak Up and Out. You may have noticed that it begins abruptly with Omar X speaking about his life being threatened by NOI members at a meeting that he attended. That portion of the upload somehow was misplaced, but we recently retrieved it. So we will now start this new film with that missing but now found footage.
Brother Minister Malcolm, can you set it off? Thank you.
Omar, when you joined the Nation of Islam, what was your expectations?
I expected the Nation of Islam to take on the power structure that was abusing black people. That's what I expected. I didn't want to sell newspapers. That wasn't my interest. I wanted to be a soldier because that's what they promoted. They looked like they were militant, they sounded like they were so upset with what was going on with our people. That's why I joined. I thought they was going to take on these devils. They were calling white devils. Let's go get them. Let's go put on some combat boots, do whatever we have to do, and let's go stop the hand of our oppressor. That's what I expected.
Were you at any time being in the Nation of Islam threatened by any of the ministers or captains?
A minister never threatened me, but some of the captains and lieutenants threatened me because I was asking too many questions about Brother Malcolm. That was taboo in the Nation of Islam. You didn't ask questions about what happened to Malcolm. I insisted on doing that. I kept on doing that to the point where I was threatened and physically attacked. I was attacked twice. I was physically attacked. First fight I got in was when I went to the mosque, or the temple, whatever, however you want to refer to it, and a lieutenant stopped me at the door and said, "I'm not welcome here anymore." I said, "Man, move out my way." I proceeded to walk in and he grabbed me and we got into a fisticuff. When people were standing around, other believers were standing around witnessing this. It was about 20 people in the hallway watching this. We were swinging for the fences. And even though he was a martial arts expert, they say, I kicked his ass. I beat him, I fucked him up. Tore off his suit, everything. And then after that, I walked out of there. About 2 weeks later, they sent someone after me. And this person beat my ass. I was walking down the street and someone called out my name. I turned around and it was someone across the street from me. I was on one side of the street. This person was on the other side of the street. This person called out my name. I turned around to look at the person and the person hurled something towards me. I saw a brown bag coming towards me almost in slow motion, but in fast motion, in real time. Apparently it was a can of something, a can of soda, I would guess, a can of Coca-Cola, whatever it was. I turned to the side to try to avoid it. I made the wrong turn and it hit me in the liver. It paralyzed me instantaneously. And then the guy started running towards me to finish me off. Here I am, partially standing, but going down to take a knee or going to lay down, whatever it took, because I was paralyzed. But I saw the guy coming towards me. I put my hands up to fend him off, and the guy got up on me and started swinging on me. He was hitting me with every punch in the book. It's a miracle I was able to not really fight back, but to ward off some of his punches. So I warded off many of his punches. I remember he knocked my eyeglasses off. I remember my eyeglasses flying in the air in slow motion. They were flying in the air. I was like, oh shit. My eyeglasses came down into the street and a car came by and ran my eyeglasses over. I heard the eyeglasses pop. And then the guy continued to beat on me. And then he suddenly stopped and ran off. He was a Nation of Islam member. He was part of the goon squad. He was friends of the lieutenant that I had to fight with. And they came to get me. It was payback time. Prior to that, I was threatened dozens of times. And I was even threatened after this fisticuff, these two fights. I was threatened by other Nation of Islam officials, never a minister, but captains and lieutenants. Captain Joseph himself, you know about Captain Joseph, the one who gave Malcolm a rough time, he came up to me after these two incidents. One day we was at a special FOI meeting where it was men only. He came up to me and got within an inch of my nose and said to me, "I heard about you. I'm going to deal with you later." I had my bow tie on, my suit and everything. I said, man, they're going to fuck me up. This is going to be my last day on earth, because it was all FOI men inside this big, I think it was in the armory or something. I can't remember exactly where it was, but I said, I better get the hell out of here. I walked out. On my way out, I snatched off my bow tie and I got out of there. I said, that's it. I had enough of this.
You said you joined the NOI around the time Malcolm was undergoing some problems in the organization. Or was it on the heels of his actual murder?
No, I
Can
didn't.
you please?
No, hold on. I didn't join the Nation of Islam. I was only 12 years old. I didn't join when Malcolm was having trouble. He was having trouble, but I didn't know anything about it because I wasn't a member. I wasn't a follower of the Nation of Islam. I wasn't a student, so I didn't know what was going on with Malcolm. Except I did hear that he was having some problems, that he was kicked out and all this and that. But I didn't join in 1965 or prior.
The NOI taught that Malcolm was the ultimate hypocrite. What made Malcolm a hypocrite to the organization?
Malcolm was no one's hypocrite. A hypocrite is when you pretend to believe in something that you stop believing in, number one. That defines a hypocrite. So they mislabeled him. He was never a hypocrite. Can you ask that question again?
Hang on a second. The NOI taught that Malcolm was the ultimate hypocrite. What made Malcolm a hypocrite to the organization?
Those charges against Malcolm, calling Malcolm a hypocrite, was bogus. Malcolm was never a hypocrite. He never did anything hypocritical in the Nation of Islam. Malcolm never did anything hypocritical. A hypocrite is when you cease believing what you believed in and pretend that you believe in something that you stopped believing in. That's a hypocrite. Malcolm was no one's hypocrite.
When did you find out Malcolm was not the bad guy? How did you discover this?
I discovered Malcolm wasn't the bad guy when I heard from his followers, when I met Malcolm's followers, who was in the OAAU, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, and Muslim Mosque Incorporated, two organizations that Malcolm created. I started talking to them, and they hit me. They schooled me onto what was the real deal.
Did you have to hide your feelings about Malcolm? Did you secretly admire him?
I think it's a combination of both. I secretly admired him and I openly admired him. When I openly admired him, it got me in a world of trouble. And I can tell you what happened to me that caused trouble with me being a member in the Nation of Islam. In fact, in part one of this interview, I thought I spoke on that, and then we realized that the camera wasn't recording me. So we're going to start from where I left off. If you notice in part one, I abruptly talk about a beat down, how I was beat down in the Nation of Islam. So I'm going to continue on that note. I had moved from Jamaica, Queens to Far Rockaway. When I was in Jamaica, Queens, I attended a little satellite mosque on Supton Boulevard, a tough area of Jamaica, Queens. I mean, a notorious tough area. I moved from that area because I was living in the 40 projects. I was living in the South Jamaica houses, another tough area. I had moved from that area later on. I moved, from that area to Far Rockaway, Queens. In Far Rockaway, Queens, we were using a community center for our temple, or our mosque, as some people call it. And while I was out there, I continued to study Malcolm, on my own, privately, secretly, you might say. I studied Malcolm. And to me, he wasn't the bad guy, so I was always asking questions about Malcolm and got in the same trouble when I was living out in Jamaica, Queens. I was told, don't say nothing about Malcolm, don't ask any questions. So one day, I went to the temple, the makeshift temple, the community center we were using, and a lieutenant stopped me at the door and said, I'm not welcome anymore. He put his hands on my chest and stopped me from coming in, past the doors. He said, I can't come in. I said, what do you mean, man? What you talking about? Move out my way, man. I proceeded to go past him. Then he started breathing hard. He was working himself up. He was breathing himself up into anger, sniffing and carrying on. Then he broke out and started hitting on me. I said, man, fuck this. I come out the projects. I done had 15, 20 fights in the project. Some I lost, some I won. He's not going to do this to me. So I start swinging back on him. Now, keep in mind, this guy's supposed to be a karate expert. I beat the shit out of him. People were standing around. Other believers were standing around. The fellas were standing around. Some of the sisters. I mean, I hit him with every punch in the book. Like I said, I got in a lot of fisticuffs in the projects. A lot of fights in the projects. Some I lost, some I won. I beat him so bad, man. I tore his suit off. He had a nice suit on. I tore his suit off of him. And then I had to get up out of there, of course. The believers were standing around watching. They didn't intervene. They didn't stop it. I left triumphantly, thinking that, I won the fight. I went home, but I said I better stay at least in my apartment for a week. I stayed in my apartment for a week because I knew this was going to come after me. Somebody was going to come after me. I'm walking down the street one day, and a brother calls out my name. Hey, Omar! I turned around, and I see something hurtling towards me. I see an object, a brown object, hurtling towards me. It looked like a can of something wrapped in a brown envelope. A can of soda, beer, whatever it was. But I assume it was a can of soda. From another believer, a muscular believer. I used to see him all the time in the mosque. I was never tight with him, but, he looked like a believer. He had that NOI way about him. He was a flunky. He took orders without question. He started running towards me. No, wait. I saw the object coming at me, and I turned to either my left or my right. I made the wrong turn, and this object hit me in the liver. It was like getting hit in the liver, like a boxer hitting you in the liver. You know what happens when you get hit in your liver. You go down instantly. So I'm going down to the ground. I'm like, oh shit, man, what the hell was that, man? I made the wrong turn. I should have turned to the left or I should have turned to the right. I made the wrong turn. That thing hit me. I was going down and I looked up and saw him coming at me. He was steaming, smoke coming out of his nose, his ears. He was coming towards me. Guy got up on me, started plummeting, hitting me all with every punch in the book. I'm trying my best to defend myself. I'm on one knee about to, lay down flat on the ground. I couldn't get up, but I said, I got to stay up. I have to. This guy going to kill me, man. So I started fending off his punches the best I could. I remember he knocked my glasses off. I had a brand new pair of gold metal frame glasses. I remember seeing the glasses fly in the air in slow motion. I remember that clearly. The glasses went in the air and they came down in the middle of the street and a car came by and ran over my brand new glasses. I heard the glasses pop. I heard them pop. Meanwhile, this guy's still swinging on me. And then suddenly he stopped and he ran. He ran down the street. I'm like, wow, I'm glad he stopped because I could barely defend myself. And I recovered from that. I went home, stayed home. I recovered. And then I started going back to the mosque. But prior to that, let me tell you where these guys are coming from. They never laid a hand on any white people. Here's a good example of that. While I was staying, this is before the beatdown. This is what happened before this beatdown. There was a brother visiting us. I think he was from Connecticut. His name was Brother Oliver. A beautiful brother. You know, one of the brothers with all that FOI pride in them. Just loves the Nation of Islam. Always had a nice smile on his face when he greeted us. Brother Oliver. I think he was visiting from Connecticut, from a Connecticut mosque. He had some relatives that lived in Far Rockaway. So he stopped by the community center. Apparently, someone told him there's a Muslim community center there. So he came by every night to visit us. We would hug and shake, give the greetings. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, Brother Oliver. Yeah. So Oliver was starting to sell Muhammad Speaks in that same housing project I was living in, the Edgemere Housing Project. He would grab an armful of Muhammad Speaks, go into the projects to sell these papers. One night, while we were having our services at the temple, at the makeshift mosque, the community center, he came staggering into the door, to the community center. He came staggering in, all beat up. I mean, beat up badly. Nose all busted, eyes swollen, face bruises all on his suit, all torn up. We said, man, what happened, brother? We couldn't believe the story he told us. We was all waiting for him to tell us what happened. He said, I was in the project selling Muhammad Speaks newspaper. Some big 6-foot guy opened his door, grabbed me, and pulled me into his apartment and beat the hell out of me. Beat me beyond recognition, just went off on me. We were sitting there in shock. And you know me, the first thing I said, where's this nigga? Let's go get him. Oliver, do you know what building it was in? Oliver said, yeah, I know the building. I know the floor it was on. I can tell you exactly where it was. And right away, the lieutenant, that same one that beat the crap out of me that I told previously, he said, no, we can't do nothing. We got to wait till we hear from Chicago. We can't just go into to this guy's apartment. We have to wait. I was like, wait? What the hell are you talking about, wait? And so some of the other brothers I used to run with, they were eager to go get revenge also. But it never happened. It never happened. Brother Oliver wound up going back to Connecticut. We didn't avenge him. We didn't go get the nigga that beat him up. I was praying for that, man. I was rooting it, man. Let's go get this nigga. Let's go do the same thing to him. Let's set an example that you don't mess with the FOI in Far Rockaway. I mean, that was always my spirit. Let's go get some baseball bats. Let's go get some rifles, some clubs, do what we have to do. And it was always, no, we have to wait till we hear from Chicago. That's one of the main gripes I had against the Nation of Islam. They talked a lot of shit, but when it came time for action, nothing ever happened. We didn't beat up, we beat up black folks. Here's another good example of that. Whenever someone had a domestic squabble, like for instance, if one of the MGT sisters had a problem with a relative or her husband or something who wasn't in the Nation of Islam, word would get out that the sister is being harassed. And you'd be amazed how quick brothers would assemble to go beat up on another black person who was called a wife abuser or someone who was abusing their wife. I was amazed how quick we would assemble to go visit that brother and stomp his ass into the ground. None of that ever happened with white offenders who were offending black people in that same area. I lived in Far Rockaway, and it was an area known where the Ku Klux Klan dominated. On Beach 116th Street, the Klan were known to hang out. But not one time did anyone say, hey man, we gotta go whip on some Klan. I would have been eager to do it. I joined the Nation of Islam. And matter of fact, I want to answer one of my critics in my last film. He answered, why did I join the Nation of Islam? Let me answer you, dumb numbskull. I didn't join the Nation of Islam to sell bean pies or Muhammad Speaks newspaper. That's not why I joined. I joined because I thought the Nation of Islam was going to physically stop the hand of our oppressor. And I'll leave it at that.
Did you leave the NOI or were you put out? and what was the circumstances?
Did I leave the NOI or was I put out? Technically, I was put out, but I left at a meeting. I was called to a meeting in Manhattan. And at this meeting, I think it was in a big armory. It was FOI meeting only. And while I was standing with the brothers, standing up, it looked like about 300 of us in there, if I had to take a wild guess. And Captain Joseph, the famous or the infamous Captain Joseph, the one who gave Malcolm a rough time, he walked up to me and said, "I heard about you. I'm going to deal with you later." Like I said, I was always asking questions about Malcolm X and warned a million times not to go into that subject. Don't talk about Malcolm. He was a hypocrite. Leave it alone. I couldn't leave that alone. I kept asking about Malcolm because I wanted to know the facts. So that day at the armory, Captain Joseph got in my face. He got within like 2 inches of my nose and said, "I heard about you. I'm going to deal with you later." And I knew what later meant. I wasn't going to stay around to find out what later meant. He walked away. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes trying to decide what to do. Then I said, "Man, I better get the hell out of here." I made an about face. On my way, as I was walking out, I snatched off my bow tie. I said, "That's the end of this. I had enough of this bullshit. If I hang around here, they're going to kill me." And then let me tell you about another incident that I think I addressed in my first interview about me being in the Nation of Islam. It was me and about 6 other brothers. We called ourselves the Magnificent Seven. We were called to a mosque in Brooklyn. They got us in this mosque, took us up to, I think, the 3rd floor, and then we were surrounded by some more FOI brothers. They said to us, "You know, we heard y'all are raising, hell out there where y'all live in Far Rockaway. Don't want to sell Muhammad Speaks newspaper." We were like, "Hey, it's not that we don't want to sell it. We just don't like being commanded to sell it, So a lot of us can't sell it." And they said, "Yeah, we ought to just throw y'all all out the window right now." And the window was open. You could plainly see the window was open. If you looked over, you saw this big window open. "We ought to throw y'all all out the window right now. No one's going to miss y'all." That's what they said to us, man. We were a nervous wreck, man. But somehow they let us out. We went, we got out of there. But that was prior to me snatching off my bow tie and officially quitting. That was somewhere in between me having that fight with that lieutenant and that armory threat I was threatened so many times, I can't even keep count. I was threatened about, having some bodily harm done to me. Yeah, that's what went down.
You said you joined the NOI around the time Malcolm was undergoing some problems in the organization, or was it on the heels of his actual murder? Can you please elaborate?
Yes, I got involved in the Nation of Islam on the heels of Minister Malcolm's assassination. It was, I would say, May, June, July, that summer for sure, of 1965 that I got involved with the Nation of Islam. At that point, Minister Malcolm was already dead, assassinated or murdered, and he was still considered not worthy to listen to or to pay attention to about anything he said or wrote.
The NOI taught that Malcolm was the ultimate hypocrite. What made Malcolm a hypocrite to the organization?
We were actually taught that Minister Malcolm was a hypocrite because he told inside secrets of the Nation of Islam not only to other members in the Nation of Islam, but he told it to the white press at that time, whom we considered being devils. Nothing's changed. They're still devilish with what they do and how they handle everything. But he told them about His Honorable Elijah Muhammad having secretaries that were pregnant, impregnated and pregnant by him, and had children already, gave birth to children already out of wedlock. The Nation tried to say that eventually that they were his wives, which was doo-doo. But the thing is that he told other ministers in the Nation, and he told brothers that he could depend on and trust, so he thought, about what was some of the shenanigans that was going on inside of Chicago headquarters. The fact that it was the truth, they considered it blasphemy against Elijah Muhammad. A lot of members of the Nation of Islam treated the Honorable Elijah Muhammad like he was God versus a man of God or a messenger. He was still human. He had human desires, human weaknesses, and he committed human deeds. But the nation at that time was not ready to accept the fact that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was not as pure as he was perceived to be.
When did you find out Malcolm was not the bad guy, and how did you discover this?
I found out that Minister Malcolm was not the bad guy when I couldn't find anything wrong about what he did. He told the truth. There's no way in the world you can tell the truth about an incident, an accident, or anything at all, and it makes you hypocritical. You're not hypocritical to telling the truth. He never spoke against the messenger, he spoke against the messenger's deeds. And it was the deeds that Minister Malcolm spoke on that were wrong. And no matter how you look at it, it could not be covered up or considered a good deed.
Did you have to hide your feelings about Malcolm? Did you secretly admire him?
Well, no, I didn't have to hide my feelings about Minister Malcolm because when I really started getting involved in studying Minister Malcolm, I was already on the way out the door. I mean, it wasn't that much longer that I was within the confines of the Nation of Islam before I was shown the door.
Did you leave the NOI or were you put out, and what was the circumstances?
No, I did not leave the Nation of Islam. I was actually walked to the door. I was put out. And the reason I was put out was for fornication. It was so powerful. There was so much that was going on in that time within the Nation of Islam in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And Philadelphia sent an investigator. First of all, every mosque has an investigator. Harrisburg's investigator was Brother Emmanuel, and we was slick enough to get around him with seeing our girlfriends on the side or whatever. But I had a girlfriend at that time, and it was bad enough to have a girlfriend by association, and it was worse so the fact was that she wasn't in the Nation of Islam. In other words, she wasn't a believer or a follower or a supporter. And it was just someone that I was seeing on the side. And the fornication came about because they knocked off 3 brothers before me for the crime of fornication. And when they came to me, I was at the point, yeah, I did it. Of course, I wasn't going to lie anyway. I mean, the girl I was messing around with was part lunatic. And she was causing enough havoc, calling the mosque while the mosque meeting was going on and threatening me, and so everybody knew something was going on. But fornication was my charge, and I was put out of the nation for fornication.
Were you ever threatened by anyone in the NOI, and why were you threatened?
Yes, I was threatened, or I was approached in a threatening manner on several occasions. Philadelphia had a real bad problem dealing with Harrisburg brothers. In fact, they called us the Jitterbug Brothers because we were young and we were a very solid unit. I have to say that Minister Jeremiah, who ran number 12, he really had a great dislike for some of the brothers in the Nation of Islam in Harrisburg, because we were so dedicated to Minister Harry that no matter what was said by another minister or another authority, we would always try to clarify things with Minister Harry before we would move out on any orders. I remember once being in the search room in number 12, and I asked a brother a question about the assassination of Minister Malcolm. And the reason I asked that question was because at this time I was just getting aware of the fact that these brothers in Philadelphia were extorting people and robbing stores and sticking up people. So I just asked the question out of just the need to know, because I was thinking maybe this is what this is all about. You know, have a religion out front as a beautiful face, and behind that you're stick-up men or robbers and things like that. I just wanted to know for sure, because at 18, 19 years old, you're kind of impressible as far as what your life's going to be like, you know, from now on. And I asked a brother a question, a captain, about the murder of Minister Malcolm. And the brother looked at me straight in my eyes and said, "Nigger, are you trying to get yourself killed?" And when he said that, I didn't have nothing else to say, because I was just not shocked. I was devastated. It was just that much impact on me, especially with the rumors and things that they were allegedly doing in Philadelphia. There was never a time that we went to Philadelphia that they didn't ask us for money. A very close friend of mine, in fact, a brother that got me in the Nation of Islam, and I call him to this day my death angel, he asked a question one day. They asked us for a donation for a brother that was in the mosque, and he was in jail. So the brother asked, what's he in jail for? And the brother said, the captain, he said, it doesn't make any difference what he's in jail for. He's a brother, he sells 1,000 papers a week, he got a family and a job. And the brother said, well, if he got a family, a job, and sells 1,000 papers a week, what could he have done to be in jail? And here this brother was one of the brothers was doing the extorting and the robbing and stuff like that. And they requested us, money for this brother that was in jail. And I think that was the beginning of the downfall. Once we start questioning Philadelphia, what was going on, in Philadelphia and in that general area, the heat was on for us in Harrisburg.
While you were in the Nation, did you ever hear any rumors that the organization was financed by a wealthy white man who was a Mongol or a giant in the world's oil industry? Who was this white man, and what was this rumor, and was it true?
Yes, I heard stories. The gentleman's name was H.L. Hunt. And the thing about it is that if I can recall correctly, he was actually born in Illinois. But I studied him in history because he was the man that hated John Fitzgerald Kennedy the most. He literally hated the Kennedy family. And he was very powerful, but he also hated people that wanted to integrate. So he would finance his son, his name is R.L. Hunt. His son once made a statement that his father supported African American organizations because he wanted to keep them separate and divided away from the total population, which is separated from white people. He was a billionaire, and he was giving funds not only to the Nation of Islam but to other groups. The dollar amount, I can't say, I don't know. How much money he spent on black organizations or African American organizations at that time, I don't know. But the rumor was that he was financing and a financier for a lot of black capitalists.
How did this affect your relationship with the NOI?
It really didn't affect my relationship, and the reason I need to say that is because we were taught and we were under the understanding that the white man's rule was going to end in 1970. I mean, everything pointed to 1970, the end of the white rule. And we figured that here was a white man trying to buy his way, into paradise with black folks by supporting us as a people. And we really didn't care. I mean, it didn't bother me any, the fact that I found out that he was supplying funds, because we knew that we was going to have everything he had anyway. The oil was going to be ours, the land was going to be ours, the bankroll was going to be ours, and that was promised us in 1970, and we actually believed that until 1971 rolled around.
When did you finally learn that Malcolm was not a hypocrite?
Oh, I knew that right away. I knew by him telling the truth. The truth cannot make you a hypocrite. You cannot be hypocritical if you're telling the truth. If someone does something wrong and they're your best die-hard, get down to the ground, arm in arm buddy, and you tell the truth or spill the beans and it's the truth, you're not a hypocrite. You're telling the truth, and a lot of people just could not deal with the truth. And I need to add on to that, the fact that he spoke out against the messenger and the relationships that he had. There was a Savior's Day, and I want to say maybe 1995, which would be 30 years later. Minister Malcolm brought some ex-wives of Honorable Elijah Muhammad on stage and introduced them to the audience, to the world. And the messenger was knocking them off all that time, and they were right there in the mosque. The number one man in Chicago right now is a son of Elijah Muhammad, born out of wedlock. We did not have rules just for us. The rules were for everyone. We lived in the United States of America. Polygamy is outlawed. It's against the law. We're trained not to do anything to break the law. So if the leader is breaking the law and it's brought to the attention to the followers, that don't make you a hypocrite. That makes you a wise man in my eyes.
Is it true you once lived in New York City? And where did you live? In Brooklyn?
I lived on Long Island. I'm just good at addresses. 26 Spring Street, Long Island. I remember living in New York, and I remember we had to walk into Hempstead, from Roosevelt to Hempstead, to go to a movie, because there was no movie theaters where we lived at in Roosevelt. And I just remember that just like it was yesterday. My oldest son, no, he was born here, but his mother, we was together in Long Island, and she was pregnant there. In fact, I sent her back to Harrisburg. She wanted to come home. But I lived in Long Island. I lived 26 Spring Street, Roosevelt, New York, and I never forget it. And I was there, I would say maybe, I left Washington, D.C. and went there, so I had to probably be there maybe 9 months. So I learned a lot of the traveling back and forth. the subways and stuff. I couldn't remember a lot of the stuff that I did. And Brother Daniel, I was going back and forth to New York, and Brother Daniel really hit me to, the subway and the bus lines and the shortcuts and everything else. I was doing everything the long way, and I did live in New York. I lived on 26 Spring Street. I never forget it. It was just a great experience for me to be living in New York.
Have you been to any location where Malcolm is known to thrive or walked? Tell me or us about it.
Yes, I had an opportunity to visit several locations where Minister Malcolm actually lived. And the fact that we visited 116th and Lenox Avenue, I had the opportunity to walk the neighborhoods that he walked through. But I visited the first apartment he lived in New York with Brother Omar and Brother Daniel, I want to say. And I also visited the home which was firebombed with Brother Omar Shabazz and Brother Landon. So I had the opportunity to visit several of the places that he lived, and I visited where they buried him at on several occasions as well, under the direction along with Brother Omar.
When did you meet filmmaker Omar Shabazz, and what were the circumstances?
Wow. I met Brother Omar. This is going to sound crazy. I used to go to New York every year to the book fair. And I actually, several years before I even had a chance to meet Brother Omar, I followed his work on YouTube. I ordered a couple of his DVDs and I watched some of the stuff he put out, and it was intriguing and interesting. And I said, well, I have to meet this brother. So I can't remember how I got his address, but I started sending him material and stuff that I had, literature, magazines, books, things that I had dealing with Minister Malcolm. And I said to him in the email, I said, look, I want to, can we meet? That's the first thing I said, can we meet? Now, I didn't know Brother Omar was as secure conscious as he really is, which is great to have, which is great to be. So he wanted to meet at a location where the World's Fair was. Well, I didn't know where the World's Fair was at. That was a newity to me. So I suggested that I would be at the book fair, and could we meet then? Because I was normally spend the whole day up there for the book fair in Harlem. And he said, no, I don't want to meet you at the book fair. Too many people, hard to find parking, which made some kind of sense. I said, okay, fine. I said, we'll get together if it's meant to be. So maybe another year went past, and he said that he was starting to do a production, and could I meet him at the old Audubon Ballroom on such and such a date. I said, yes, I'll try and make it. So me and my wife, I want to say we went to New York that time. I'm not even sure anymore. It's been so many years now, but either way, normally when I go, me and my wife go, I never leave her behind. I have great comfort sleeping in the same bed she's in. I just have a difficult time sleeping if she ain't there. So I'm not sure whether she was with me that time or not, but regardless, I did meet him at the Audubon Ballroom. And because I wasn't familiar with the trains and the train system, because when I lived in New York, everything was a whole lot quicker. It was a whole lot quicker than what it is now. Of course, things have changed. So I finally got a chance to get uptown and to meet him, and I was running late. And I remember coming around the corner of the Audubon Ballroom. Because after you get off the subway, you have to walk a couple of blocks, which is, a couple of blocks walk. And I came around the corner and I could see him up the block setting up the camera, and I knew who it was. And then the fact that he had on a Shabazz jacket, which I always wanted one of them, I saw him, and I was just so full of glee to see him and to see how serious he was about what he was doing. And I can remember saluting the brother, shaking his hand, and I don't know if I hugged him or not. And I just told him, thank you for inviting me to be a part of what you're doing. And that's how I met Brother Omar.
Earlier you mentioned the minister you were under named Minister Harry X. You said he was murdered. Can you give the details of his murder? Please take us back in time and take your time.
Yes, I can definitely give you the details of his murder. Minister Harry was in a major fight with Minister Jeremiah Shabazz, who was the leader, the overseer, the big wheel for the Susquehanna Valley and the Delaware Valley. In other words, everything stopped at Minister Jeremiah's foot. He was in a very powerful position. Now, at this time, Philadelphia was going back and forth with these drug-related items, these robberies, these extortions, these murders. And let me just step away just for a second, because I want to be able to try to bring all this to sight. Just give me a second here. Yeah. Several books were written over the years about the Nation of Islam in the 60s and the 70s. Black Brothers Inc. Corporation, which was the Black Mafia, was probably this is a very prominent book. I think that everyone should read this book. Black or white should read this book. I think The Breeding of Contempt is another book. This is about the Hanafi murders, which the brothers in Philadelphia committed over a statement that Brother Dawood, Brother David made pertaining to the Nation of Islam. Sequence of Protocol, another book by John Griffin, is about the brothers. These brothers this is the Black Mafia. And of course, Murder in Jersey, which tells about some of the murders that they committed in Jersey. And this one pertains the murder of Major Coxon, who was a well-to-do, go-to-get-done Negro in Philadelphia. And they murdered him. They murdered him over a money payment that was never accounted for. But they wanted Minister Harry to train us, or have us trained to sell narcotics in the city of Harrisburg. Minister Harry hit the ceiling with that idea. He was not going for that. Minister Harry was not a corrupt man. He was not a wicked man. He was stern, but he was fair. And you could talk to him like brothers talk to one another. He was not always the minister where you had to be, straight up, shoulders back, and all that stuff. When you talk to him, you could talk to him just like a friend, hey man, let's wrap this out, or let's figure this out. And he helped a lot of brothers through some terrible times. Keep in mind, we were young. We were 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. And we're buck wild, and Minister Harry was our tamer. He was one that kept us in a cage. But he went against Minister Jeremiah. And I know this for a fact, because myself, and I want to say this, Kuhnukkel, who passed now, Brother Howard, and Brother Robert, along with Minister Harry, went down to have a meeting with Minister Jeremiah Shabazz. in Jeremiah Shabaz's home. And we weren't in the meeting, but we was in the home at the time. In fact, they told us to go downstairs into the basement. Beautiful home, finished basement. I mean, nice, beautiful home. And when we was leaving, Mr. Harry called us and said, "Brother, it's time to go." You know, we gave the greetings and stuff, you know. Minister Jeremiah, we didn't shake our hands, we was leaving. So, you know, we just stepped off. You know, that's Jeremiah. You know, he ain't got to shake our hand because we just fruit. So we got in his a Volkswagen van at that time and was leaving. And he said, "We're not going back via the turnpike." He said, because they're really upset at me on my stance about not selling drugs in the city of Harrisburg or have you brothers get involved in that. And we came back Route 30, and it was already late at night, so we came back through Coatesville and all that other stuff. Lancaster picked up 283 and came back into Harrisburg. But he was so upset the fact that what Jeremiah wanted us to do, that he tried to set a meeting up with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was granted the meeting to meet with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad January, right after the first week of January 1st. He said right after the New Year's, they was going to have a meeting. Minister Harry was murdered just before Christmas. And that's how that happened.
Our people have been here for 400 years in North America. And the Negro, or the so-called Negro today, is what the white society has made him. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is doing a tremendous job of cleaning us up. He has done what the church has failed to do, and what all the sociologists and penologists have failed to do. They have tried so hard to correct the situation in America, and they have not been able to. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has the only program that's able to straighten us up. And I myself do not straighten people up. I only teach what Mr. Muhammad is teaching, and it's up to the individual themselves to accept the teachings and to live a good life. As far as this misunderstanding about us, what was the word you used? Terrorists. This has come from the press. The people have tried to distort Mr. Muhammad's teaching to keep the people from hearing what he is teaching. We do not, matter of fact, we the Muslims have never violated any laws in the United States. We do not participate in no form of civil disobedience. We have never demonstrated. We do not protest. We go to our meetings and we go on home. We don't bother nobody.
Is there anyone who can contact Minister Harry's family for their side of the story? Do you know where he's buried?
Yes and no. I don't know where his wife is, nor his children. He was 2 children. I don't know where they are, but I do know that he is buried in Coatesville. In fact, I had to get my spectacles. Harry L. Stanton, he was buried in New Evergreen Cemetery in Coatesville, Pennsylvania, which is in Chester County. The date of birth was July 13th, 1938. His date death was listed as January the 23rd, 1971. I also want to share a bit of information about Minister Harry. It was covered in the local newspaper. It was not covered in Muhammad Speaks. It was not covered in any black publication, but it was covered in the Muhammad Speaks newspaper. I mean, the Harrisburg Patriot News. And it just simply states that 3-gun blast hits car, father, stepson hurt. And it says an unidentified person pumped 3 shotgun blasts into a 32-year-old man yesterday in an Oberlin Garden parking lot and sprayed the victim's 5-year-old stepson with a few of the pellets. Harry Stanton of 1108 6th Avenue, Oberlin Gardens, had just climbed into his family bus outside a cleaning establishment when someone at near point blank range shot through one of the vehicle's windows, hitting him in the face and buttocks. Rushed to Harrisburg Hospital, Stanton underwent surgery around 6:30 p.m. and was still in surgery nearly 5 hours later. He was listed in serious condition. And it says, meanwhile, his stepson, Donald Burton, was listed in satisfactory condition, recovering from several pellet wounds in the left arm, 2 in the left leg, an individual shot in the chin and cheek. Swatara Township Detective George Peters said the shooting occurred only moments after Stanton had dropped off some clothing at Moore's Cleaners at 611 North Harrisburg Street, just before 6 p.m. And that was 12/29/1970. Then on Tuesday, January 26th, of course he passed at this point, it says police seek clues in shotgun death and they ask the public for help. Now, I want to say this, they never interviewed any brothers from the Nation of Islam in Harrisburg about this incident. And I need to share this with you because it says, Swatara Township police has an unsolved murder on their hands and very little information to work with. It goes on to say who it was and the wounds they received and 2 blasts from the shotgun. It says police had difficulty in finding witnesses to the incident, which occurred shortly after dark outside a cleaning establishment. Said we're in the process now of re-interviewing people in the area and retracing our steps to be certain that we've missed nothing, said Lieutenant Benjamin F. Young, who is heading the investigation. He said police have found no ties between the slaying of Stanton's former leadership in the Muslims of Muhammad's Mosque of Islam movement. I need to repeat that. It said the police have found no ties between the slaying and Stanton's former leadership in the Muslims Muhammad's Mosque of Islam, which was the movement here. It says the shooting was believed to be the work of a lone assistant. The stepson had recovered from his minor injuries, and it says persons with any knowledge of the shooting or the events which may have participated or have been urged to contact the Swatara Township Police Department. And of course, it lists that phone number. This was taken out of the Patriot News newspaper Tuesday, January 26, 1971. The bad part about that is that they never once interviewed the brothers that were in the city of Harrisburg pertaining to the murder of Minister Harry, or the shooting of Minister Harry. It just didn't happen. They never came to the mosque, they never asked no questions, and we loved Minister Harry. Like I said before, Minister Harry was the man that kept us in the cage. Several years after that, in fact, when I started working with Brother Omar, I mentioned that to him, which caused me to start doing some research on the murder of Minister Harry, and of course his grave location. And this is the letter that I sent to Kevin Galick, who is the big cheese at the Swatara Township Police Department. And it says, I first sent him, I said, I had a meeting with him, set a meeting up. And he said, it was very nice to speak with you yesterday. I'm sorry we couldn't be more helpful with your request for information. I searched all our records, systems, paper files, and was unable to locate anything pertaining to the homicide you mentioned. As I said, I was able to speak with a retired police officer who remembered the incident. He was not an officer with the department at that time of the incident, but was hired a couple of years after it occurred. He worked with the officer who had handled the investigation, who passed away since then, and he shared some details about it. He was told that Minister Stanton was sitting in a van with his children in a parking lot of Moore's Cleaner when someone walked up and shot him twice with a shotgun. Stanton survived for a couple of days and when interviewed at the hospital refused to cooperate with the investigation. He was to have made the comment that his people would take care of it. The bad part about that was, and then he went on to say, it's good luck with your research. If there's anything I can do to help, please give me a call. I just wanted to bring out two things about that. Of course, he said, I looked everywhere for anything related to returning to an incident and was unable to find or locate anything. He said, I'm sorry, but it appears that all notes, photos, or physical evidence have been lost in time. I was looking for crime scene photos or any evidence at all about that. And he's the administrative sergeant at Susquehanna Township, Swat Township, the police department. And the real bad part about it is that he made the statement to the police. He was to have made the comment that his people would take care of it. The real bad part about that is that the brothers that was in the Nation of Islam in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, we were his people. And because we were under such restraints, we never responded. So the same thing with the murder of other ministers in the Nation of Islam. A lot of times hands are tied or circumstances does not allow people to respond the way they should. And I need to say that Minister Harry was probably out of the mosque maybe 60 days at the most before he made that meeting with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and of course that was the end result. Jeremiah Shabazz did not want Minister Harry to get into Chicago to spill the beans, as you would say.
It's quite obvious that Minister Harry didn't want to cooperate with the police department by ratting out the thugs from the Philly Mosque because he didn't want any more reprisals from those Nation of Islam members he discovered were completely ruthless. Minister Harry didn't want any further harm to come to his loved ones or even himself. Corrupt members in the Nation of Islam demonstrated to Minister Harry that not only were they willing to shoot him, but at young children also. Just like the time the Nation of Islam went after Minister Malcolm. They didn't care who they got. They were willing to burn up his wife, his children, and anyone in the vicinity.
Have you been in touch with any former NOI members who served in the organization around the same time you served?
Yes. One thing about the brotherhood that we were in the Nation of Islam at that time, the late 60s and early 70s, I need to say that because we were so young, that we really formed a real tight unit. So it's a blessing to be able to run into a brother that used to be in the Nation of Islam, and we still talk, we still rap. Of course, sometimes we can give the greetings, but we still go by, our nicknames in most cases. Yes, I've been in contact with a lot of them, and I've had opportunity to work with them over the years. Of course, I talked to them about this project years ago, and there's still doubt, there's still fear of retribution, and of course, one brother who I consider to be very intelligent, he said that it's not going to make no difference anyway. So I live with that. But yes, I've been in contact with them, and occasionally we bump into each other and we talk, and when they run into somebody that knows me or I know somebody, then it back and forth. This is not a great big metropolis that we live in here, so we're bound to run into one another.
What about any incidents or personal danger to your well-being?
None. I haven't had any fear of anyone bothering me. Once we got out of Philadelphia with Minister Harry, and he explained to us what was going on, I think that we was on our toes for several months after that, and then of course after he was murdered, we really tightened up, and we was more secure, conscious. We didn't purchase any weapons at that time, but it wasn't long after we was out that we purchased weapons, because once we were out, we didn't have the slightest idea what their intentions of what they was going to do, and we was going to be ready.
While you were in the Nation, Did you ever hear any rumors that the organization was financed by a wealthy white man who was a Mongol or giant in the world oil industry? Who was the white man, and was this rumor true?
While I was a member of the Nation of Islam, I did not know anything about H.L. Hunt. I learned about H.L. Hunt after Malcolm mentioned it. Malcolm mentioned H.L. Hunt one day up at the Audubon Ballroom. Malcolm said something to the effect that he asked the audience, I'm sure many of you heard that H.L. Hunt, this white man who's in the, well, Malcolm didn't say he was in the oil industry. He said that he financed Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm said he heard it while he was in the organization, or either he said it during or before he joined the organization, during the organization, and after he left the organization, something to that effect.
And I guess many of you have heard it said that his financial support comes from a rich man in Texas. I heard that while I was in the movement. I've heard it more since I left the movement. A rich man in Texas. You can look up, any of you can look up his name. But the FBI knows that too. But they still don't touch him. And never have I seen a man, and this rich man who lives in Texas, by the way, lives in Dallas. His headquarters in Dallas. His money is in Dallas. The same cities where President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. And never have I seen a man in my life more afraid, more frightened than Elijah Muhammad was when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I've never in my life seen a man as frightened as he was. And when I made the statement that I did, well, he almost cracked up behind it, because there were all kinds of implications to it that at that time were way above and beyond my understanding.
But no, I didn't know anything about H.L. Hunt. And when I heard Malcolm bring it up, I was shocked. But at the same time, I wasn't shocked. But what that told me, that if a white man, a racist at that, financed the Nation of Islam, that meant the Nation of Islam was compromised. Their militancy was compromised. That's what that told me. Unfortunately, Malcolm didn't get to say any more on it. I think he was prepping the audience. Malcolm was prepping the audience to say more. Malcolm mentioned this on February 15th, the night after the house bombing. He mentioned this to the audience on February 15th about the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad being financially supported by a rich white Texan. Malcolm says you can look up his name. Any one of you can look up his name. H.L. Hunt. And Malcolm, I heard, was going to say much more on the day he was shot down. He was going to really put out some receipts about the connection with the Nation of Islam and H.L. Hunt. That never happened. Malcolm was gunned down on February 21st, 1965. So we never got to hear anything more about H.L. Hunt. Some people have emailed me and said they're going to do some research and get some more receipts on H.L. Hunt, but no one ever came through. No one ever came forward. No one ever came forward. I would like to hear that. I would like to see some receipts. But if Malcolm said it, then it's factual. Because Malcolm says stuff that you can bet on.
How did this affect your relationship with the NOI?
Well, it didn't, because I didn't hear anything about H.L. Hunt. It didn't affect my relationship. I was out by then. I was out of the nation when I heard about H.L. Hunt. I was no longer a standing card-carrying member.
When did you finally learn that the Honorable Malcolm X was not a hypocrite?
I found out that the highly honorable Malcolm X wasn't a hypocrite when I started meeting Malcolm's followers that were in his organization. Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity. That's when I found out they were lying on Brother Malcolm.
Have you been to any location where Malcolm is known to thrive or walked?
Have I been to any locations where Malcolm thrived or strived or walked?
Or
Yeah,
walked?
I've been to every, or mostly every place in New York City. Yes, I've been to Malcolm's first house, his second house. I've been to Mosque number 7, where Malcolm was the minister at. I've been to the Audubon Ballroom. That is now the Malcolm X, Dr. Betty Shabazz Memorial and Educational Center. I've been to the cemetery where he's buried. I think there's one other place that I missed. I've been to Hotel Teresa, where he had his office. I'm trying to remember other places. I've been to the Unity Funeral Home where he was not funeralized, where they had his wake. I've been there. I've been to Reverend Child's place, Reverend Child's church, where they had his funeral. I might be missing a few other little places here and there, but those are I believe, are some of the main places that's associated with Brother Malcolm.
Have you been in touch with any former NOI members who served in the organization around the same time you served?
No, I lost contact with a lot of those brothers. I lost contact with a lot of brothers that I was in the Nation of Islam with, except Brother George X. Luckett. Me and Brother George are very tight. He's the only former NOI member that I'm connected with. Others, I don't know where they are. If they passed on, if they moved, if they're still in New York, I have no idea. Because of a lot of separation, moving here, moving there, being relocated, you lose contact with people.
When did you first meet Brother George Luckett, and what were the circumstances?
I met Brother George Luckett here in New York City. Brother George Luckett started sending me a lot of important material. He would send me copies of newspaper articles, magazine articles, books. And we arranged to meet in front of the Betty Shabazz Center, the Malcolm X, Dr. Betty Shabazz Educational Memorial Center. We met there, and then the friendship just kept on growing. It just took off from there. We started meeting, here and there. We met everywhere. I started filming him. I started interviewing him with some other brothers because he was very fond of Brother Malcolm X. He admired Brother Malcolm. He found out, just like me, he found out the hard way that Malcolm was no hypocrite. He went through the same shit I went through, joining the Nation of Islam and being indoctrinated that Malcolm was a hypocrite right out the gate. He went through the same thing I went through. He found out the hard way, just like me.
The concept of white people being devils, is that true?
The concept of white people being devils, is that true? Unfortunately, the white race have done some horrible things historically. They've behaved like devils. Not all of them. No, I'm not going to sit there and give a blanket condemnation of all white people. That would be ridiculous. But a lot of them have done some devilish things. And I'll keep it at that. When I was in the Nation of Islam, I was told that white people's rulership on earth would last only 6,000 years. Nonsense. Time has proven that to be nonsense. It's foolish talk. There has been several incidents or several dates Elijah Muhammad gave when the end of white people's rulership would come to an end. We've been past those dates. I can't remember exactly what those dates were. I'd have to look in his book, Message to the Black Man, and books like that, publications like that, to find out these exact dates. He said when white world supremacy and white people's rulership would end. It's foolishness. They still rule. Turn on your TV tonight. Not even tonight, turn it on right now. Turn to CNN and look what's going on. Look what Trump is doing. White people still rule. And they're going to rule until the end of time, unfortunately. They're going to rule this planet and this entire solar system until the end of time, because there's no one in place to challenge them. And black people certainly aren't going to challenge them. We haven't challenged them enough to put an end to their rulership. Unfortunately, this is a sentence that we gotta carry out.
Here we are, and if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself. Wow, what a view.
Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours. Their refusal to do so will result in military conflict, commenced at a time of our choosing. For their own safety, all foreign nationals, including journalists and inspectors, should leave Iraq immediately.
Looking back, Colin Powell remembers this day as a painful blot on his career. He gave the UN Security Council a detailed account of Saddam Hussein's supposed weapons of mass destruction.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are sophisticated facilities.
He said the Iraqis had built a mobile biological weapons program. They had to be stopped.
For example, they can produce anthrax and botulinum toxin. In fact, they can produce enough dry biological agent in a single month to kill thousands upon thousands of people.
One problem, it wasn't true.
A lot of people don't even understand that word that they're refusing a lot. What we're saying is that there are white people in the mother country that are for the same type of things that we are for civil revolution in the mother country. And we said that we work with anybody or coalition with anybody that has revolution on their mind. We're not a racist organization because we understand that racism is an excuse used for capitalism. And we know that racism is a byproduct of capitalism.
It was very efficient. Very simple, really. I'd stolen a car and went joyriding over the state limit, and they had a potential case against me, and I was looking for an opportunity to work it out.
Good evening. Dr. Martin Luther King, the apostle of nonviolence in the civil rights movement, has been shot to death in Memphis, Tennessee.
Some power in the state of Alabama.
I heard shots, and I saw people crawling on the floor. And so I got down too. Then when I was looking out, I saw someone looking amazement to the front. I knew they had shot my husband.
He sustained one shot in the lower right chin, and the other 6 hit him in the chest and body.
Apparently, 2 men approached the speaker's rostrum and discharged shots at him from apparently very close range. So I turned around quickly, and the next thing I saw was Malcolm falling back in a dead faint.
Malcolm X to me was the most important spokesman we have ever had in this country for black people. Bar none. And everything he said, I agreed with. Everything he said, I agreed with. And I was absolutely, I'm still not over the fact that he's gone. And I really would like to say that I think it's black people's fault that he's dead. Just as it's black people's fault that Martin Luther King is dead. They didn't give him any protection. They ran him away. They followed him, but they didn't protect him. They're willing to die, but they're not willing to kill. Hey, man, I get upset when I think about it. I get upset, and that's one of the reasons I don't live in this country. There's no protection.
Related incident, and that the fatal shots were fired as a defensive measure. So this is essentially what Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed. Here's what she told reporters a short time ago.
It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him, and my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased.
However, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry blasted that characterization and the federal deployment of more than 2,000 officers as part of the federal immigration crackdown. Here he is.
To ICE, we do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart.
So black folks, where are we at? What's happening outside of our windows? Have we all raised the white flag of surrender? Black folks, what we gonna do?
I'm waiting on God to fight my enemies. Let him handle this. This is not my fight.
I'm not here for black unity. I just want what I can get.
Yes, sir. I would like to infiltrate and spy on black leaders and sabotage what they do. How much do you
be
pay?
On the side that's winning. I just want what I can get.
I am quitting the fight for freedom.
He always let me go into his refrigerator at his home. I could easily poison him. I had enough of fighting the system.
I don't want to protest anymore.
I submit. I will tap his phone. I'm quitting the fight for freedom. I am sick of all this black power shit.
This is not my fight.
I had enough of fighting the system.
fuck revolution. Just give me the money.
I'm waiting on God to fight my
I can
enemies.
sell drugs to the black community.
You want me to spy on black people?
I don't want to join
Where
the
do
black
I sign?
movement.
I am ready to infiltrate black organizations.
I don't want to protest anymore.
I am tired about all
I'm
this
quitting
talk about
the
revolution.
fight
I
for
had
freedom.
enough of fighting.
I've had
If I
enough.
get the information
I
you
really
need,
wanna
will
sell
you
my
promise to
soul.
get me a green card?
I am tired about all this talk about revolution.
I'm not here for black unity.
He is always telling black people to defend themselves. I agree, the guy is a troublemaker.
I'm not here for black unity. I just want to get what I get.
You want me to spy on my people? When do I start? I'm ready to infiltrate black groups.
I don't want to join the Black Power movement. The best movement is a bowel movement. And I hope the first assignment you give me is to take down that filmmaker, Omar Shabazz, who keeps telling the truth about what really happened to Minister Malcolm. If he keeps telling the truth about what really happened, we'll all be out of a job. In fact, you don't even have to pay me. I'll spy on him for free. I can't stand him.
The concept of white people being devils, was that true?
Yes, that was a good lesson. I think it was a great lesson for that time period to benefit us as black people, to focus more on ourselves as black people. But the lesson should have been extended, should have turned the page on that lesson and classified a great deal of blacks along with that, because I've known blacks that were devilish, full of heck, for a better word. They lived for devilishment, and they were wicked. I mean, they tried to out-devil the devil. But at that time, it was a good statement.
Do you find it strange that despite the proclamation that whites were devils, do you find it strange that none of the Nation of Islam members ever physically attacked white people they claimed were so evil?
I find it strange. Again, we were under great restraints in the Nation of Islam. We were to fight with those that fought with us, and most of the time those that fought with us was our neighbors or somebody from the next neighborhood down or the next town over. We've had scrimmages fighting with black folks, but we never ever just said, let's go after them. We never did that. And it was never a direct order. So it was something we just evaded. We never confronted America or white people.
When you were in the Nation of Islam, that one day the regime or rule of white people was to only last 6,000 years. Did you believe that? Hook, line, and sinker?
Hook, line, sinker, fishing line, fishing rod, boat, water. We really did believe that the end of the white rule was going to be 1970. And I remember the minister saying to us, he said that in June of 1970, you will be able to walk into any car dealership and tell them straight up, give me that car, and they would hand you the keys. And we really believed that, again, until January 1971.
The NOI also taught that bad weather in the form of earthquakes, heavy snowstorms, tornadoes, and other forms of bad weather would soon strike white America for its wicked deeds against black people. How do you feel about this plan of retribution against all white people?
Let me just do this real fast. Let me. We were taught years and years at a time while we were selling Muhammad Speaks newspapers and Message to the Black Man. And one of the greatest things that we had, this is an edition of the Final Call newspaper. This is when Minister Farrakhan was calling himself rebuilding the Nation of Islam. And they ran an article in here that was taken from a prior edition of the Muhammad Speaks newspaper where it says rain, hail, snow, and earthquakes. And when we read that in the 60s and we were selling the newspaper, we really believed that. I mean, you know, we really believed that the climate was against America. We believed in the droughts, the wildfires. We really believed that this was the beginning of the destruction of white folks.
Is this still on schedule to take place?
We've had so many major disasters in the United States of America since 1965 that if it didn't happen by now, it's not going to happen.
If these calamities were to take place, will all black people be spared of being harmed?
No, because whenever there's a calamity and black folks are, my greatest example would be Hurricane Katrina. When Katrina came through, it didn't care what color you were, how old you were, how much money you had. Katrina is here, deal with me. Hurricanes over the last 30 years have been really bad on the United States of America. And it doesn't distinguish between who lives in what neighborhood. It's coming to get you. So no, black folks ain't gonna be saved, you know. You'll be on your roof with a sign, help.
Malcolm advocated at the time of his murder that all black people need to arm themselves with firearms for self-defense. Reasons, the NOI said that Malcolm was preaching bloodbath teachings. True or false?
Minister Malcolm suggested that black folks form gun clubs. He suggested that black folks be armed because in the 60s, I like to call them the turbulent 60s, the police department didn't care how you was treated or how you was mistreated by other people. So Minister Malcolm said that we have to protect ourselves and you have to fight fire with fire. You never could win a war with peace. You have to win a war with war. Dr. King was a great man that believed in nonviolence. And it didn't work, it wasn't working, and it will never work. So you have to meet violence with violence. You have to have an equal force to deal with an equal force. Minister Malcolm knew all across the United States of America that black folks was catching heck because they wouldn't fight back. And he decided to make a bold statement that what we should be doing, which was a great statement and it was a very sincere statement, and it may have been a bloodbath teaching, but as Dr. Khalid said years later, that we don't have any problem dying, we have a problem killing to stop from dying. So no, it was bloodbath teaching, but that's because it was an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. That's what it was.
Earlier you mentioned various businesses the NOI had, but they are all gone now. The reality of it is that it was only temporary. To many, this points a colossal failure. Where's all the bean pies, steak and take restaurants, the whiting fish, the carrot cake? Would you agree or dispute that the businesses were a failure?
No, I don't think that the business was a failure. I think that the administration above the businesses in general failed the sisters and brothers that was in these businesses. The restaurants, the shopping stores where you go purchase foods, the H&G Whitings, which was coming out of Peru. I think that all these investments were made by hard-working, sincere sisters and brothers, and because of leadership, it was taken away from them unless they could individually maintain and hold their own little corner or their supplies, excuse me, of what they were doing. I don't think it was a failure. I think that it was administrative letdown. The nation failed itself. I can agree with that. I would say that the nation failed the business that the nation built. Let's do that.
I think you mistakenly said that the NOI had a hospital. If so, where is that hospital now?
I can't recall. If I did say that they had a hospital, I would like to retract that. I would like to say that they had a great goal in purchasing their own hospital, which was going to be in Chicago, in Southside Chicago. And I can remember Minister Joe Tex, Minister Hazy, but really it was Joe Tex. They called him the hospital minister because the money that he raised in entertainment, they were going to use those dollars to do the groundwork for the hospital, along with the capital gains that they was getting from other great people in the Nation of Islam at that time. All the entertainers had to kick in. Muhammad Ali had to kick in. Anybody that was affiliated that had nickels or dimes and dollars in their pocket, a percentage of that had to go toward the hospital, which there never was a brick for.
I once heard Malcolm say that the NOI business opened in the red, not in the black. It is rumored that everyone were constantly going into the cash registers to help themselves before counting of the sales were conducted. True or false?
That's a true statement, and I need to say this just to give a little more verification of that. 80% of the businesses that were in Chicago in the 60s and 70s was owned or operated by somebody immediately in what they considered the royal family at that time. And it is true that people have walked in off the street and went straight to the cash register. And it is true that, you know, every dollar that should have went back into businesses went around some of the women's necks, or went around on some of the men's backs, so on their feet, you know, so had money in their pocket. The businesses that were owned by the so-called royal family, they would walk in and they would always have access to what we call wham, or walking around money, and they would get that money out of cash registers, or tills, as they used to say back then.
The business places of the NOI barred white people from entering, or at least they weren't made to feel welcome. Should the NOI cared who spent money with them?
No, they should not have cared. It was great that they depended on the black dollar. That was really great. That was wonderful. I think that when they first started out, they should have been a little more constructive in their approach to the economy, because black folks spend green dollars in white establishments, so I think it's only fair that white folks spend green dollars in black establishments. White folks had the tendency to support black folks better than black folks support each other. There's no reason for the failure of the businesses of anybody that ever had a business in the Nation of Islam. There's no reason or an excuse for failure other than neglect, because the brothers and sisters should have automatically supported that business, period.
Were all white people said to be devils, or was it a select few?
Select all of them, the whole entire circle. And as I stated before, take that whole circle and then throw a whole lot of black folks in there too, because we all got devil in us, you know, and there's devil even in me. We all have devilment in us. I think that the lesson was good as far as being devilish and devils and all that other stuff. But I think that should have just been a page turned and discussed us as well, threw us in the equation.
Do you find it a contradiction that Elijah Muhammad accepted money under the table from H.L. Hunt while publicly denouncing all whites as devils that should have been avoided? Explain the contradiction if you believe it to be true.
No, I don't think it's a contradiction. During that time period, we was taught that the white world rule would be over in 1970. And with that in mind, we knew that white folks was going to be giving us everything and anything that we wanted. We were in fact told that in 1970 we'd be able to walk into any car dealership and point out a car and tell the man, give me that car, and they would throw you the keys. So no, it's not a contradiction for him to take money from a white man, because we thought we was going to take everything anyway.
How do you feel about Elijah Muhammad's son, Wallace, being appointed to be his father's successor?
Wallace was never appointed. He was selected by a group of ministers to lead the nation, and only because they needed to get someone that was neutral, that would not be able to strengthen their personal power base. At the time of the death of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, there was powerful ministers in the Nation of Islam, and all of them wanted to be able to step up and run the nation. Wallace was selected. It was a wise choice and a dumb choice at the same time, but that's my take on that.
Louis Farrakhan had publicly declared Malcolm to be a traitor to the NOI, who was worthy of death. What is your take on what he said?
That's a twofold question, because when Minister Farrakhan made that statement, this was in the turbulent 60s. This was right after Minister Malcolm left the nation and started speaking about things that was going on inside the nation. So at that time, a lot of people felt the same way about Minister Malcolm. Now, who started the rumor of him being a hypocrite or a traitor? I really don't know, but someone started that, and then it just went like a snowball rolling down the side of a snow-covered hill. The hate, it just kept growing. Now, I do have a problem with the statement that he made in, I think it was 1995, when he said Minister Malcolm was our traitor, and if we dealt with him like he was a traitor, what business of that is yours? I really had a real bad problem with that. And of course, I start re-looking at what the Nation of Islam was doing and saying at that point. There was no need to defame Minister Malcolm. There was no need to slander him in the 90s. And definitely there was no reason for them to slander him from any pulpit or podium.
Filmmaker Omar Shabazz claims that there was a rumor of sort of a warning that floated in the neighborhood in Jamaica, Queens, where he lived, that anyone can join the NOI, but they couldn't quit. In other words, you could not try it on for size, and if it didn't fit, you could walk away. In other words, if you joined and dared to quit, you get the hell beat out of you, or you would or could be killed. Do you think Omar is exaggerating?
From my personal experiences, no, he's not exaggerating at all. I know for a fact that brothers have actually been killed for turning their back on the Nation of Islam. I mean, I know that for an actual fact. Please keep in mind that number 12, where the Black Mafia originated from, they were very, very, very wicked. I urge people to study that history, read that time period, and just to see what happened to brothers that were good brothers at one time, and they just wouldn't be bent or turned to go to do wicked things. And they were dealt with. They were dealt with. It's sad, but it's true.
The NOI also taught that bad weather and the form of earthquakes, heavy snowstorms, tornadoes, and other forms of bad weather would soon strike white America for its wicked deeds against black people.
It's ridiculous. That's another thing Elijah Muhammad taught, that bad weather from God was going to eliminate the white devil in the form of bad weather, earthquakes, snowstorms, hail, rain, tornadoes, nonsense. And what makes it really silly is that this bad weather is supposed to go around black people and not affect them. It's ridiculous.
Is this still on schedule to take place?
If it is, I don't think too many people except Nation of Islam members are waiting for it to happen. They're waiting for it to take place. Sitting around waiting for bad weather is a long time to sit around getting your ass kicked, waiting for bad weather to get revenge against your enemies. It's a silly concept. It's ridiculous. But that shows you how Elijah Muhammad handcuffed his followers, how it stopped them and prevented them from taking serious action against oppression, against universal oppression, how it hampered us, how it handcuffed us. It's ridiculous.
If all these calamities were to take place, will all black people be spared of being harmed?
No. If these calamities take place, we're not going to be spared of being harmed. We're going to go down in these tornadoes. We're going to get caught up in the whirlwind just like everybody else.
The Honorable Malcolm advocated at the time of his murder that all black people need to arm themselves with firearms for self-defense. Reasons the NOI said that Malcolm was preaching bloodbath teachings. True or false?
False. Malcolm was not teaching bloodbath teachings. Malcolm was sensibly telling us to arm ourselves with conventional firearms, rifles, which everyone could possess legally. Malcolm didn't speak about handguns. He spoke about owning rifles, a rifle or a shotgun for self-defensive purposes. Nothing crazy about that at all. I believed in that before Malcolm was talking about that. It only made sense to me.
I once heard Malcolm say that the NOI businesses operated in the red, not in the black. It is rumored that everyone were constantly going into the cash registers to help themselves before counting of the sales were conducted. True or false?
Yes, that is no rumor. The Nation of Islam's businesses operated in the red, not in the black. And because many of the officials or people who ran these establishments were always going into cash registers, taking out money for their own personal use before supposedly sending it back to Chicago. Yes, so they operated terribly, except the New York businesses that Malcolm was over. They operated in the black. They were doing well. And another dumb thing the Nation of Islam did is they excluded white people from coming into their businesses who wanted to purchase something to eat or something to drink. They couldn't go in Temple number 7 and sit down and drink a cup of coffee because they were deemed to be white devils. You take everybody's dollar. You don't exclude anyone. You take their money also. That was a big mistake they made. And of course, if white people came in there, of course they would feel uncomfortable sitting at a lunch counter, just like we had to, just like what we experienced when we were integrating. Yeah, so yeah, that would have been a serious problem.
Were all white people said to be devils, or was it a selected few?
According to the Nation of Islam, all white people were devils. Every single one of them, which I found personally to be untrue. I met a lot of nice white people, treated me fairly, treated me with respect. It's ridiculous. And Malcolm had a lot of white people that treated him fairly. In my first video, I mentioned Barry Farber. Barry Farber is a good example. Barry Farber and Malcolm got along well. They had a lot of mutual respect for one another. In fact, when I used to listen to Barry Farber's radio broadcasts, you could hear Barry's love for Malcolm. It was like my friend Roland Shepard, who used to go hear Malcolm speak. You can hear Roland's love and admiration for Brother Malcolm. Barry Farber was the same way. And there were other whites that had respect for Malcolm, and Malcolm respected them. Peter Goldman is another one. And then there were some others. I mean, I can't recall right now, but that thing about all white people being devils, no, I don't buy that. And no one should buy that. It's ridiculous.
Do you find it a contradiction that Elijah accepted money under the table from H.L. Hunt?
Yeah, that's a big contradiction. That's a huge contradiction that I think I spoke on earlier. It points to the hypocrisy of Elijah Muhammad accepting money from a racist who's in control of the oil industry of the white power structure, while at the same time projecting all this militancy. That's very phony. It's fake. I don't accept that. I don't like that. It's phony. That means his militancy was compromised. He was going to retaliate, but so much against the white oppressor. And I say this, I believe the Nation of Islam was a bunch of theater, a bunch of show business. It was all theater. Most of their ministers, the way they taught, it was entertainment. If you look at any one of the ministers up on the rostrum, it's show business. It held your attention. When they said something slick, you applauded. When they did something, when they made a fancy move with their bodies, if they turned this way, that way, it was theatric. It was choreography that you applauded. It was theater. It was fake. It was phony. It wasn't as militant as they wanted us to believe it was. Except Malcolm, he was a militant. And most of the other ministers, they only emulated Malcolm. They copied his style. They wanted to be as effective as Malcolm. But they didn't copy his militancy. They only copied his glamour. You see the difference? That's important that you know that. That's what all these other ministers copied from Malcolm, his style. He had a style about him. But when Malcolm spoke, it was from his heart. When Malcolm spoke about militancy and taking on the oppressor, it was from his heart. They didn't do it like that. They didn't do it for those reasons. They did it for the theatrics.
How do you feel about Elijah Muhammad's son Wallace being appointed to be his father's successor?
I felt very good about Wallace Muhammad being appointed to be Elijah Muhammad's successor. I felt very good about it. A lot of people condemn Wallace. They claim he broke up the FOI. The FOI wasn't doing anything anyway. It wasn't doing anything on a defensive level for our people, so why not break up the FOI? All they were doing was beating up other black people, so why not break that up? I'm glad he broke it all up.
Who was appointed to lead the NOI? Was it Wallace or Louis Farrakhan?
It wasn't Louis Farrakhan. It wasn't Louis Farrakhan. He was not appointed to lead the Nation of Islam. It was Wallace, from my understanding. And let me say something else that's important. That's why the FOI turned on Malcolm. The leadership turned on Malcolm. It wasn't so much the rank and file members, even though eventually they did too, because they were under the influence of the leadership. But it was the leadership who feared if Elijah Muhammad died, that Malcolm would take over. I'm glad you asked that question. They feared if Elijah Muhammad died, Malcolm would take over the Nation of Islam, take over the FOI, have them brothers out there with rifles, standing tall. And they didn't want that. They wanted money that they were getting from H.L. Hunt. You see how this all winds up now? You see the point? Yeah, they were scared shitless that if Elijah Muhammad suddenly died, Malcolm would be appointed the leader of the Nation of Islam. They trembled in their pants thinking about that prospect. It scared the shit out of them. So that's when the leadership started bad-mouthing Malcolm and influenced the rank and file followers to turn against Malcolm. That's when they started writing articles in Muhammad Speaks. Muhammad Speaks. They started writing articles about Brother Malcolm, denigrating Brother Malcolm left and right. Yeah, man. And while I'm talking about Muhammad Speaks newspapers, if you look at certain copies, certain editions of Muhammad Speaks newspapers, you'll see that the Nation of Islam, in particular, Mosque number 7, were renting out the Audubon Ballroom for affairs, for dances, this and that, a night with the FOI, things like that, where they were, holding affairs right in the Audubon Ballroom where Malcolm was teaching out of after Malcolm separated from the Nation of Islam. What does that tell you? When they had their own places to hold their affairs at. I guess the most legitimate excuse would be we needed a bigger space to run these affairs. That's all bullshit. They were renting out the Audubon Ballroom to study the layout of the ballroom to plan Malcolm's murder. It's as simple as that. If you don't want to accept that, you're a dummy. There's nothing I can tell you. I made like over 20 films. If none of my films can wake you up to what happened, to what went down, there's nothing I can do to bring you around. I can't help you, man. Yeah, look at some of those old copies of Muhammad Speaks, the ones that I'm going to put up on screen. I'm going to tell you the editions to go look at. I'm going to put the ads on screen. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to save you a trip to the library to go find a microwave film of all those old Muhammad Speaks newspapers where they show you how they were renting out the Audubon Ballroom, having affairs right inside the Audubon Ballroom. Wow.
Louis Farrakhan had publicly declared Malcolm to be a traitor for the NOI, who was worthy of death. What is your take on what he said?
Yeah, I've heard Louis Farrakhan declare that Malcolm was worthy of death, that Malcolm was a traitor. He's out of his mind. Louis Farrakhan is out of his mind. He's out of his mind to say that about the most highly honorable brother Malcolm X. He's out of his mind, plain and simple.
What about Louis Farrakhan? Have you ever been in his presence?
Yes, I've been in Louis Farrakhan's presence when I was a Nation of Islam member. Yes, I've been in his presence. I remember one time in particular, he came to Rochdale Village, a housing complex, and he taught out of, and in fact, I shook his hand that night. He came out of Rochdale Village. I think he had a book out called Seven Something, something called the Seven Something. I shook his hand, and yeah, I've been in his presence.
When you joined the NOI, were you barred from engaging, from going to the theater, listening to music?
When I joined the Nation of Islam, was I barred from listening to music and going to theaters? I remember my minister, Minister Victor 7X. I always forget the name that he later changed his name to, but he was the one who got the affidavit from Tommy Hare. He was the first one to get the affidavit from Thomas Hare in prison, the brother who shot Malcolm X with the .45 caliber handgun. I remember when the minister drove me for the first time, because he used to come by the housing projects, selling Muhammad Speaks, selling bean pies, sausage, or whatever. And I was in a lot of trouble back then, and it was suggested that I join the Nation of Islam to go on a better path than what I was traveling on. He drove me to that mosque, that little temple on Supton Boulevard, and on the way while we were driving, I had asked him, I said, Minister Victor, do I have to give up my music? Because I had a huge collection of R&B music, jazz, the blues. I asked him, do I have to give up my music? And to me, giving up my music meant throwing it in the trash can. I was waiting for him to answer me as he was driving. I was waiting for his answer. He said, he looked at me, he said, no, you don't have to give up your music. Had he said I have to give up my music, throw away my record collection, I would have said, let me out right now. Let me out the car right now. I would have never joined the Nation of Islam if I had to give up my music. Music fueled me. It gave me a lot of strength.
Who do you think murdered Minister Malcolm, and who was at the forefront?
Who do I think murdered Minister Malcolm? It was a combination of people or entities. Number one, it was the Nation of Islam, the CIA, the FBI, the New York City Police Department. Those are the main ones. And the Nation of Islam was at the forefront. When those other entities, when those other alphabet organizations heard the feuding that the Nation of Islam was going through with Malcolm, through surveillance, they had everybody's phones tapped, they had people's homes tapped, their phones at home, they had the mosques, all the mosques under the Nation of Islam were tapped. So they constantly heard people talking bad talk about Malcolm, and they played on that. They instigated things. It elevated them and gave them room to create more confusion. So the Nation of Islam was at the forefront. They were at the forefront of murdering Brother Malcolm. The honorable, the most highly honorable Brother Malcolm X.
You visited the grave of the shotgun assassin of Malcolm X. His name was William Bradley, aka Mustafa Shabazz. What was that experience like, and why did you go to his gravesite?
Yes, I went to the gravesite of William X. Bradley, Mustafa Shabazz. I went to his gravesite because I wanted to see where this killer was laid. I wanted to see where the killer was laid. I tried to cover everything concerning this assassination. I'm not going to leave anything out. I'm still not going to leave anything out. If my budget allows me to travel to other places outside of New York, because he was in New Jersey. He was buried in New Jersey. I went to that site with Brother George X. Luckett, Brother Landon Malone, and another brother named Dyron Jackson. We all went out there. We all wanted to see it. We wanted to see where this killer was buried. This ruthless killer. We wanted to be there. I have it on film. I documented the entire affair. Not that, we loved him. In fact, we visited the mosque number 25 in Newark, New Jersey. We went out there several times to see where these killers came out of. And I wonder to this day why that same old mosque number 25 is still up. It's dilapidated. No one uses it. It's run down. It's vacant. It's dirty. It's all beat up. Why is it still standing on that same street? I forget the name of the street. I'll put it on the screen. Why is it still standing? Why would that mosque still be there? The mosque where Malcolm's killers came out of. Is someone trying to send a message? Is subliminal or overt messages being sent to the community? Is it there to taunt us? To haunt us? Why is it still there? Knock that building down, man. Replace it with something else.
Have you ever been to Malcolm's gravesite?
Oh, absolutely. I've been to Malcolm's gravesite several times. Yes, in Ardsley, New York. Ferncliff Cemetery. Been up there many times to pay respect to that brother. It's like making the pilgrimage. Like the Arabs and everybody else who follows Orthodox Islam, they make the pilgrimage to Prophet Muhammad's place, his last place that he ascended from. We do that for Brother Malcolm, the most highly honorable Malcolm X, Brother El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Brother Amawali. We owe him that respect. Guy was a warrior, man, an uncompromising warrior. And what I wish I would have done when I went to all those places that Malcolm is related to, I wish I would have took off my shoes and socks and stand on my bare feet to absorb the energy of the places he frequented, to absorb his spiritual energy. I mean, his DNA is still on the places he went to. We went to his house. We went to the steps he walked up and down. We touched the railing to the homes that he entered and exited. We went to the Audubon Ballroom. But I wish I would have, or I still can, go to the cemetery, take off my shoes, take off my socks, and stand on his grave to absorb his spiritual energy, to absorb that brother's spiritual energy. That's the greatest connection I can make with that brother.
Should black people want another Malcolm X type of leader to return to fight for them?
Should we wait for another brother Malcolm X to return? No, that would be an insult to his legacy. For us to wait around for another brother to return and lose his life all over again when we can't protect him? No, that's an insult to sit around, and it speaks to our complicity against fighting for justice. Why would we sit around and wait for another brother like Malcolm to emerge? No, he took on the enemies of his day. He took on the troublemakers of his day. It's our obligation to take on the troublemakers of our time. Simple as that.
Is it the responsibility of an individual to set off change?
Absolutely. It's up to the individual. It's our responsibility to set off change and not wait for someone else to do it. That's our problem today. We're waiting for someone else to kick it off.
Is God ever going to come down to earth to settle the scores of man's humanity to man? Or is it strictly the affairs of humans to handle?
There's no God coming from nowhere to settle the affairs or the problems human beings are having here on this earth. There's no God ever going to come. Any religion that teaches that is misguiding people. And I said that to put it mildly. There's no God coming. I'm not waiting on him. You can wait if you want, but I'm not going to wait for nothing to come from anywhere. Whether it's going to come out the ground, drop out the sky, come from the left side or right, I'm not waiting on anything like that. That's fantasy stuff. That's foolishness. That's Cecil B. DeMille stuff.
The Million Man March given by Louis Farrakhan. Did you attend?
The Million Man March given by Louis Farrakhan. Did I attend? No. I saw that as a big thing of theater, a big theater show, entertainment. I foresaw that in advance, that was going to be some big time entertainment. I didn't go, no. No, I did not go. And it didn't turn out to do anything. It didn't turn into anything except a feel-good thing. It was just a feel-good thing.
The current version of the NOI, is it different now than when you were a member?
It looks visibly different. I don't know what they're teaching in it because I've been away from that. But it looks different to me.
What was your affiliation with the mosque or temple in Philadelphia? Did you ever step into it?
Yes, my affiliation with the mosque in number 12 in Philadelphia, they were the mosque that was over everyone in this area, as well as the Delaware Valley, Susquehanna Valley. They were in charge of everything. So we was in Philadelphia once a month, easy, to be in the presence of captains and lieutenants and meetings and drill sergeants and begging for money and things like that. So yes, I've been in that building. I just can't remember how many times. It's been so many times.
Did you ever meet Minister Jeremiah Shabazz?
Yes, I've met Minister Jeremiah Shabazz. I was in his presence countless times. I was in Minister Jeremiah Shabazz's home, which I understood later on that very few fruit or average brothers get the opportunity to even know where he lived at. So yes, I was in his home. I've met him on a lot of occasions. I know that he really hated a brother that was real close to me, the brother that brought me in the nation. And I remember Minister Jeremiah saying, "Who is that brother with the tinted glasses on?" Because Jeremiah Shabazz wore tinted glasses. And they said, "That's Brother Adrian from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania." And Jeremiah Shabazz said, "I want two brothers on him at all times." He was really afraid of Brother Adrian. I don't blame you.
What about Louis Farrakhan? Have you ever been in his presence? What about anyone else of prominence in the NOI?
Yes, I was in Minister Farrakhan's presence a lot of times, but not before Wallace took over the nation. Right after that, Minister Farrakhan went on this binge of going to visit the cities where mosques were located. And he came to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and I think the title of the subject was "Which Way Now, America?" And he spoke at the State Museum in downtown Harrisburg. And after that, everyone went out to the mosque. And I remember playing this day. I took pictures, in fact. I had my little camera. You know, I thought I was the one. And I have some pictures of that somewhere, but I had to dig them up. But I had the opportunity to actually stand on the corner outside now at 13th and Market Streets, and we actually ate carrot cake outside. And that's something Muslims don't do. They don't eat outside. But he was trying to come back, and he told everybody that was formerly in the Nation of Islam that all was forgiven. You know, you can come back in the ranks, and you know, we'll move forward from here. Which is a step that I'm glad that I didn't take. Now, the whole time I just couldn't take that step.
And what about anyone else of prominence in the NOI?
I've had the opportunity to meet several, I consider, very prominent men in the Nation of Islam, especially since Minister Farrakhan separated from Minister Wallace. I've been in the presence of Akbar, who just passed, Brother Larry was his real name. I had the opportunity to be in the presence of Dr. Eileen, who was the health minister out of number 4. Of course, he only lived 22 miles from here. He was actually born and raised 22 miles from here. A very brilliant mind, a very sincere and dedicated young man. And he is still doing things now on the internet. I guess it's called A Moment with Dr. Eileen or something. A very great brother. The greatest thing that he did was the Dope Busters, when they cleared out Mayfair Mansions in Washington, D.C., which was really a rough area. And I also like to think that the cure for AIDS that he snuck back into the country from Africa, I give him a lot of credit for that. But I would like to say, and I stand on 2 firm feet saying this, and I'm proud to say, that I had the opportunity on several occasions to be in the presence of whom I consider the boldest, bravest black man that ever stepped foot in the Nation of Islam, and that was Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. I spent countless hours with that brother, and he was a warrior. I mean, he was a warrior, no ifs, ands, buts, or maybes. And of course, I've been, in the presence of others that I have a lot of respect for, and a lot of them I still talk to this day, like Minister Angelo. We talk at least 2 or 3 times a year. Great brothers, great brothers. Jamil, who actually is a spokesperson out of Chicago, he was actually number 6 in Baltimore, Maryland. He's in Chicago now with Minister Farrakhan. Minister Jamil used to come and spend time with afternoons with us in Harrisburg on Market Street, just talking general men talk. Great brother, great brother. He allowed brothers to come out of Baltimore to come into Harrisburg to help set up a study group in the 80s. I've been in the presence of a lot of them. A lot of respect, Their thoughts are their thoughts, mine are mine.
When you joined the NOI, were you barred from engaging, from going to the theater, listening to music? And what was the rationale for that?
Wow. Yeah, the Nation of Islam at the time that I got involved in it was totally against sport and play, fun and frolic, they used to say. So we couldn't go to movies, we couldn't go to dances, we couldn't listen to music, but we had a brother this brother was my key to black music. I always like to say that, because we had Monday night meetings in the mosque, and most of the time it would just be us younger brothers. Sometimes we had a lieutenant or a captain over us that was there or would come in, but we had to do, the mosque duties. We had to clean and the bathrooms, the chairs, the floor, mop, wipe down walls. We had to do all, the stuff that we did to keep the mosque clean. And he knew all the music, and he was actually in the Nation of Islam in a group, and I really enjoyed that because they practiced at my mother's home. So I was really involved in music, but we couldn't openly say, yeah, we're doing this or we're doing that.
You played a role in the publication of a book or 2 about Brother Malcolm. What is the story about that?
Wow, the first publication that I was involved with a brother that's in Canada. He's still in Canada. And he did the collected speeches of Minister Malcolm. And I thought it was such a great idea that, of course, he mentioned the fact that I supported him in his works. And then when I decided to do the collection of the series, I got no support, from the brother that I supported. And I mean, everybody broke it out their own bag. But I had the opportunity to work on several books, and this was the first one that I did. And it was 824 pages, if I'm correct. This is all his speeches are in here from before he was in the Nation of Islam, and this is the collected speeches, debates, and interviews from 1960 to 1965. And this was a great book. I gave the brother credit for editing the book, Sandeep S. Atwal. He edited, and I gave him credit for the book, let him know what I was doing. Guess I'm too far away. And then this was an error because there was 400 more pages missing. So I got the other 400 pages and I did these 2 books on Minister Malcolm. One is speeches before he left the Nation of Islam, and the second one is Speakers after he left the Nation of Islam. So I have two combined books. It's probably 1,200 and some odd pages in those two books. And I did those, I published those myself. Now the first book that I did, there's probably only 15 copies of that book made. And I would love very much to have those 15 copies, and I would be glad to give them the double copy of that book. Not just because it was a mistake, you know, just because it's personal to me. It's just personal to me.
Who do you think murdered Minister Malcolm, and who was at the forefront?
There's no doubt about it. History has proven who murdered Minister Malcolm. The assassin himself told the world that they murdered Minister Malcolm. There should be no question about that. The Nation of Islam was involved in the murder of Minister Malcolm. The brothers came out of number 25 in New Jersey. And I don't know how people can still say that the Nation of Islam didn't have anything to do with it. Please study, review your history, listen to interviews, stop going by what someone else says. Stop repeating what someone else says about Minister Malcolm and who murdered Minister Malcolm. Research for yourself. The paperwork is there. The evidence is there. You don't have to point no finger. Guilt is guilt. They did it, no ifs, ands, buts, or maybes.
You visited the grave of the shotgun assassin of Malcolm X. His name was William Bradley, aka Mustafa Shabazz. What was the experience like, and why did you go to his gravesite?
We went to visit his gravesite just for the fact that I wanted to see where the murderer of Minister Malcolm actually was buried at. And fate worked in our favor, because when we got to the cemetery, we didn't know where the grave was at to begin with. When we got to the cemetery, they were closed. And I happened to catch a guy that was working the cemetery. And I asked him, could he give us in what direction we should be looking? And he took us right to the grave. You know, I mean, the brother actually took us. He stopped doing what he was doing. He was trying to get ready to go home. And he turned his truck around and said, follow me. And he took us right to the grave. And we stopped. He passed out and kept it moving. You know, but I do appreciate that brother that stopped to show us exactly where William Bradley was buried.
Should black people want another Malcolm X type of leader to return to fight for them?
No. If another leader would stand up and be as brave as Minister Malcolm was, he would be respected to a degree, but he would not be supported the way that he should be. Names and faces change, but the game stays the same.
Is it the responsibility of an individual to set off change?
Yes. I think as individuals, we should lead by example. Our negativity is more accepted than the things that we do that are positive. It's easy for us to accept wrongdoing or wicked things than for us to stand firm and support and do good things.
Is God ever going to come down to earth to settle the score about man's humanity to man? Or is it strictly the affairs of humans to handle?
Well, that's a good question, and yes, I do believe that the supreme power, the creator, whatever name you want to call him, or whatever label you want to label him, I do believe that eventually that spirit or that power will return to the planet and straighten out, separate the wheat from the chaff. I do believe that.
The Million Man March given by Louis Farrakhan. Did you attend?
Yes, I attended the Million Man March. I attended the Million Family March. I attended the Day of Atonement. I attended the Million Woman March, their march in Philadelphia. I was at the Plaza in New York. I was in Washington, D.C. between two dead presidents. And yes, I did go. In fact, I took all of my sons to that historic event. And the one that I didn't take, I should have taken, but he was too small. I mean, he was really small. And the funny thing about that is that I actually was under house arrest when I went to Washington, D.C. Just being bold just to go. And I did go. I did attend.
The current version of the NOI, is it different now than when you were a member?
Yes. It is totally different. And I need to say, let me say this, that once the nation started to change how they handled everything, all the other brothers that had groups and organizations that were part of the Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad, they immediately start picking up on things that Minister Farrakhan was saying that was anti or against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but though they never called him a hypocrite. They never called him a traitor. They never called him a turncoat. One of the greatest things was they did an article in the newspaper by Minister Nasir Hakim, who always had a magazine out called Message to the Black Man, the magazine. And they have a headline on there that says, "Had the followers of the messenger of Elijah Muhammad been robbed of their distinction and their culture?" And I would say yes to that. They have been robbed. And the reason they've been robbed and they're not distinct anymore is because in another newspaper, Minister Farrakhan announces the change in the Nation of Islam's direction. And Minister Farrakhan said these words, "I say this with certainty. We're following in the footsteps of Prophet Muhammad, not Elijah Muhammad, not Allah, not W.D. Fard Muhammad." He said, "I say this with certainty. We're following in the footsteps of Prophet Muhammad. I'm talking about Prophet Muhammad of Arabia." He said, "I am following in his sunnah, the tradition example." Now, this was the beginning of a major change within the Nation of Islam. But because they have so much love for Minister Farrakhan, that they went along with what Minister Farrakhan was professing. Some kicked back, some argued, some didn't want to go through the change, some never accepted it. But for the Nation of Islam to make that statement, and it really got to me because Minister Malcolm was trying to go in the same direction, and they chastised him for that. So the nation has changed.
Since you are no longer a member, what are your feelings about the NOI?
I really don't have any feelings about the Nation of Islam. I think that the brothers that are still involved in the Nation of Islam are doing what they know best. I don't think that you can be held accountable for something that you don't know. I think that the brothers and the sisters are sincere in their efforts. although there's no works. I mean, there's no works. The nation used to be so powerful. I mean, it was just so powerful. You knew who a Muslim was just by the way they walked, by the way they talked, by the way they carried themselves, and the way they stood out in the community. But now, just another brother.
Do you still think that the NOI owes the black nation for its misdeeds of the 1960s and early 70s?
I really don't think they should have to apologize for things that happen, because things happen in all groups, organizations, religions, factions, or whatever, that don't deserve an apology 40, 50, 60 years later. What the Nation of Islam should do before all the older people die off that know the truth, just tell the truth as to what happened, explain the misdeeds of the Nation of Islam, explain the fact that they were involved in narcotics, explain the fact that they were involved in murder, explain the fact, or at least tell the story so that they know it's part of history. You know, it happened, can't no one go back and change anything that happened.
Do you think that the NOI has the same amount of support today as it did in the 1960s and the 70s?
No. Not by a long shot. No. They just don't have the same report. They don't have the same rapport with people that they had in the 60s and 70s. They're not as outgoing. They're not as friendly. They're subtle Muslims, you know, that you very rarely see.
Does the NOI carry the same respect from the community as they once did?
I would, not as they once did, no, but I would like to say that any person that carries themselves with respect will get respect. And that, you know, if it's a Muslim, fine. If it's a Baptist pastor or a preacher, wonderful. If it was a Seventh-day Adventist, fantastic. If they carry themselves with respect and they respect people, they'll have respect. But they don't have the same respect they had that they had in the 60s. In fact, in the 60s, it was demanded that you respect. It was a demand. And I shouldn't say a demand, let me take that back. It was a command that you respected.
What is, in your view, the best moments of the NOI under Minister Farrakhan?
Wow, great question. Under Minister Farrakhan, I think the unity in the Million Man Marches was fantastic. The greatest thing to me that he'd done was to stop the killing rallies all over the United States of America. Although, if it helped, we can't tell, because crime has increased. Black folks keep dying wholesale. But the fact that he went on this tour of the United States of America doing to stop the killing, it was really great. The marches was good because he had a chance to get folks together to at least attempt to get them on the same page. And a lot of good came out of the marches because people took what they learned and went out and started doing things, but they didn't have the support of the community that they were in, you know, to be able to do things. And then, of course, we had a group here, Beyond a Million, and you know, squabbles break out because everybody wants to do, they just can't agree. Black folks can't agree. And I've learned a long time ago is that black folks will never ever follow anybody that's jet black or real dark. It ain't happening. They got to be light, bright, or just about white. But the power products, he did a thing with his power products called Clean and Fresh Products. And I was blessed to be involved with the products that they had. The Clean and Fresh products were skin and hair products, for those that are not familiar with that. And this program started, I want to say in 85, but 86 he was really getting them all on board. And he was selling that product all over the United States of America. And Johnson & Johnson, no, not Johnson & Johnson. Johnson, who had Ebony and Jet magazine, were actually producing the products. But because of peer pressure power from those that were supporting Jet and Ebony with big dollars, they demanded that they stop doing the products. And because of that, it faltered and fell off. In fact, I still have one of the greatest things that Minister Farrakhan did was the Clean and Fresh products, the skin and hair care products that he pushed all across the United States of America. And I would like to say that it was an honor and a pleasure to be a part of selling those products. In fact, my wife's distribution number was 0369, which made us the 369th person or group or people to be a distributor of the product. And the product sold at all the bazaars that we did here. It sold at all the festivals that we did here. It sold on the riverfront for their holidays that they were celebrating down there. It was a great, great product. In fact, I still have 5 bars of this soap, which was the Aloe Fresh, which they sold. And I smelled this maybe a year ago. I can still smell it. It probably needs a little water, but this is the Aloe Fresh bar. I know you can't see that written on there, but this is not AI. This is for real. I have 5 bars of this soap. That was done, and this was done in 1988. Wow. And they were called Nationwide Ventures International Ltd. Wow. But anyway, I think that was the greatest thing that he did. Of course, that'll make sense. Of course, the fact that he reopened up the Shabazz restaurant and a few other things he did. But the greatest thing that he actually did to me was the power program, the Stop the Killing rallies that he had all over the United States of America, and of course the marches which gathered people together. We just came away with nothing.
To the best of your knowledge, has any offshoot members of the NOI been successful in their program?
No. None of them. Minister Silas, never. Royal Allah, he swear he's God, no. John Muhammad, the messenger brother, no. And I had the opportunity to spend a half a day with John Muhammad. No, the answer is no, no, no. No one, this Minister Eric, no. And the thing about that is that all these brothers were part of the Nation of Islam at one time, they left, decided to do their own thing, and not one of them gained the disrespect of being a turncoat, a traitor, or a hypocrite. But poor Minister Malcolm, all he did was tell the truth, and you label him a hypocrite. God bless your soul.
Have you ever heard that Elijah Muhammad physically died and is still alive? Do you believe this to be true?
No, if Elijah Muhammad physically died, and I believe he physically died, he can't possibly be alive. I heard rumors that he's on some spaceship in the sky, flying around on the spaceship, on the mother plane, all this foolishness. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, those teachings that the Nation of Islam taught when I was in it, I never went for that crap. I was always a brother that a handgun will solve your problems, not no one on a spaceship. And a lot of those spooky teachings, it messed up a lot of good brothers' minds. I saw some people go crazy, man. I saw people have nervous breakdowns. There were times I'd be walking down the street with a brother, and the brother would stop and say, "Omar, man, I just saw the mothership. Omar, look, behind that cloud. It's behind the tree now. It went behind the tree. Look, Omar, there it is." You know, that kind of nonsense. I'd be looking up. I didn't see anything. But that's what those teachings did to a lot of good brothers. It messed up a lot of people's minds. People went crazy. A lot of people went crazy, man. Got bugged out, man.
In your opinion, can any human being that physically died capable of returning back to life? Are there any expectations to that task?
No. If you physically die, you don't come back to life. Nothing that lives gets reincarnated or comes back to life. What's that form of freezing bodies? Cryogenic, something where they freeze your body. They're supposed to put you on ice. They're supposed to suspend you in ice and you're supposed to come back. Nonsense. Everything that dies never comes back to life. Insects that die don't come back. Human beings don't come back. Plants, animals, fish in the sea. Nothing comes back after it dies. After it physically dies, it doesn't return back to life. So this concept, in fact, out of all those religions, I think the only one teaches that someone's going to come back is Christianity, the Catholic religion. They say Jesus is going to come back. Muhammad and them say that Muhammad died and all those other guys died. They're not coming back. So Jesus, if he died on a cross or whatever, he's not coming back. If he physically died, he's not coming back. It's nonsense. You know, do I believe Malcolm is going to come back after being shot in his chest with a shotgun and pistols emptied into his body? I don't believe Malcolm's coming back. Malcolm is physically dead. He died. He's not coming back. The flesh fell off Malcolm's body. His bones deteriorated. His bones turned into dust. He's not coming back. I'm not looking for Malcolm to come back. I don't worship Brother Malcolm. I respect the efforts he made, man, the risk he made. That's my respect for Brother Malcolm. Nothing spooky.
Omar, let's talk about you being in the NOI. What was your function?
My function in the FOI, in the Nation of Islam, was to try to get believers, was trying to get people to join the organization, to increase the numbers. That was my function. That was my goal. And to do that, to be in contact with the public, the best way to do that was to sell Muhammad Speaks newspaper. So we would hit the streets, sell the newspaper, get in conversations with people. try to invite them to come to the mosque. That was my function. And, like I said earlier, I wasn't a good newspaper salesman. I wasn't good at that at all. But I was very good at rapping to people, speaking to people. And I got many people to come to the mosque to hear our minister. I was very good at that. Yeah, this is something that I want to speak on too. Something I heard Farrakhan say about Malcolm's murder, about Malcolm's assassination. I heard Farrakhan boasting and bragging about how Malcolm's killers, how Malcolm's assassins were brave men, fearless men. These were Nation of Islam members. They weren't fearless. They weren't brave men. This thing was planned. Their escape was planned. It was arranged for them to shoot Malcolm down, run out the ballroom, jump in cars, and get out of there. They weren't brave men. They didn't stand around after they shot Malcolm. They hauled ass. They got the fuck out of there as fast as they could. One of them got caught. I heard 2 of them got shot. And one of them they couldn't let get away because it was too obvious that the crowd caught him. One guy they put in a car who was shot in the stomach. It wasn't a life-threatening injury, but they got him out of there. They put him in a car and got him out, a police car, and got him out of there. But no, they weren't brave men. They were cowards. They ambushed an unarmed man. And I'm going to speak about Malcolm being armed in another film I put up. I'm going to speak about Malcolm being armed that day. I'm going to go deep into that. Wait till you hear that.
Have you ever met or spoken to any of the men who assassinated Malcolm X, or anyone who was accused of the crime?
Have I ever met or spoken to anyone associated with Malcolm X's murder? I spoke to, would you believe, I spoke to William X. Bradley, the shotgun assassin. I spoke to him. I spoke to him over the phone. One day, I called his gym. Someone told me his gym closed down. He had a gymnasium, a boxing gymnasium out there in Newark, New Jersey. Someone said the gym is closed, it's gone. I wanted to verify that. So I called late one night, and he picked up the phone. I asked who it was. He said it was my brother Mustafa. I said, are you the brother formerly known as William X. Bradley? He said, yes. I said, well, I'm calling because I'm thinking about coming out there, to take a look at your gym. Then, we gave the greetings, and that ended. Another person that was associated with Malcolm's assassination was the light-skinned brother, Thomas 15X Johnson, also known as Khalil Islam. I met him, spent some time with him. I had a photo session of him. I took a lot of photos of him. I took some photographs of him, and we spoke on the phone a lot. And then one time he was on the Wendy Williams show on the radio. I called up the show and I spoke to him while he was on the Wendy Williams show. I wish I could have got much more out of him, but that's the extent of me meeting him and talking with him. I met him physically in person. We took some photos together, spoke to him on the phone. I remember the day I met him. When I went into his car, he had another brother, I think his brother Ben Bilal. I had to bend over and Khalil had to pat me down. I had to bend over the seat. I was in the front row seat, and Khalil had to pat me down to see if I had any weapons on me because I was going to take some photographs of him. It was arranged for me to take photographs of him. I remember that. That's the contact I had with Khalil Islam, formerly Thomas 15X Johnson.
Is it true that Malcolm totally relaxed his own security? And if so, Why would he do that?
Is it true that Malcolm relaxed his own security? And if so, why would he do that? Malcolm did that because he didn't want anyone dying on his behalf. Malcolm didn't want to see anyone get hurt over him. That's how genuine this brother was. I mean, I wish he didn't think that way. I wish he just said, hey man, protect me, man. Come on, y'all say y'all are my followers, protect me. But Malcolm would never do that. Malcolm wouldn't have anyone getting hurt on his behalf. That's how beautiful this brother was. When you get to know him the way I know him, then you'll understand these type of things. People criticize him for not having security, but they don't understand, man. Malcolm said, man, I'm in this. This involves me alone. I set off and made the power structure furious. I made the Nation of Islam furious with me. It's no one else's responsibility. I hold that responsibility. It's on me. If I have to die, I have to die. This is all on me. I don't want you getting hurt over me. You understand?
Why didn't Elijah Muhammad send his FOI to fight black people's open enemies?
Why didn't Elijah Muhammad send his followers to fight black people's open enemies? Because they were unarmed. He unarmed them. No one in their right mind is going to step to an angry group of people hell-bent on hurting you, and you have nothing to defend yourself against them with except Muhammad Speaks newspaper. A newspaper's not going to do it. You need more than a newspaper to start hitting people with, or hitting them with the truth, as they taught all you need is the truth. Your enemies will run from you, all you need. That's nonsense. You need more than the truth. You need a .45 caliber handgun. You need a shotgun. You need a rifle. You need a machine gun. You need an atom bomb, a Scud missile. They teach you every day how to deal with your enemy. Turn on the news, turn on the TV, turn on CNN. See how enemies are dealt with.
Why were the men in the NOI beat up for not selling Muhammad Speaks newspapers, in your opinion?
In my opinion, why were the Nation of Islam members beat up for not selling Muhammad Speaks newspapers? I believe they were beat up because they needed a front to explain where the money was coming from. They needed to have a reason to say, this is why Elijah Muhammad had all these mansions, had these cars, had this and that. It wasn't coming from the sale of newspapers. Elijah Muhammad didn't own that mansion. He didn't own all his business adventures, his airplane, from the sale of newspapers. You're a fool if you believe that. The money came from H.L. Hunt. H.L. Hunt financed the Nation of Islam. All their businesses and all the property they had, the farmland, all that came from H.L. Hunt's money. That's where that came from. So that's why they were beating up brothers. They needed someone to have a front. So the public would say, oh, that's how he got all this. It's from the sale of newspapers. His followers made him rich. That's why they were beating up brothers. I mean, they were hard on that. They pushed that hard, man.
Was Malcolm's murder rehearsed before it was carried out?
Oh, absolutely. His murder, Malcolm's murder, was rehearsed inside the Audubon Ballroom before it was carried out. They knew every nook and cranny of the place. They knew where every stairway was, every door. They knew everything about that building. They could have did it blindfolded and got out of there safely, except for one brother, Reuben Francis, who fired a shot into one of the assailants. And if Brother Kenyatta wasn't suspended, they would have got caught in a crossfire. If Brother Kenyatta was in that ballroom with his pistol, he would have been firing on them also. They would have had nowhere to run. They would have got all of them if Kenyatta was there, because Kenyatta was into some firearms. Kenyatta believed in some guns. And that's what I love about him. In fact, a lot of people don't even know. Dr. Khalid lived around the corner from Brother Khalid, Kenyatta. Dr. Khalid lived nearby where Kenyatta had his small apartment. Dr. Khalid stayed at Brother Kenyatta's apartment. He loved talking to Brother Kenyatta because Brother Kenyatta was sincere. He was a real good, sincere brother. He was fully dedicated to Brother Malcolm. He was loyal to Brother Malcolm. Brother Charles Kenyatta was loyal to Brother Malcolm. They created a rift to get Kenyatta suspended so Malcolm's security would be compromised. So there wouldn't be two shooters, two bodyguards in the ballroom that day. There was only one, Reuben Francis. If they didn't get Kenyatta suspended, Kenyatta would have been in the ballroom alongside with Reuben Francis, firing on those killers. So they created a false story against Brother Kenyatta. They said he was messing around with Sister Betty, trying to hit on Sister Betty. So when Malcolm was overseas, some of the higher-ups in Malcolm's organization took it upon themselves to suspend Brother Kenyatta. They didn't do it with Malcolm's permission. They did it on their own. Malcolm found out that Kenyatta was suspended. They kept that information from Malcolm. When Malcolm came back, Malcolm found out about the suspension on Brother Kenyatta. If Kenyatta was in that building, those killers would have caught hell. They would have caught hell. I believe they would have been shot right inside the ballroom. Just like Reuben Francis shot one of them in the leg, or shot two of them actually, shot one in the stomach and one in the leg. But if Kenyatta was there, Kenyatta would have been shooting also.
Number 25 Mosque in Newark, New Jersey. Did you ever attend it?
Did I ever attend Mosque number 25 when I was a Nation of Islam member? No. No, I never attended that mosque. The mosque that Malcolm's assassins came out of. I never attended it. And like I said, by the time we got there, the place was all run down. We just talking about a few years ago when we visited it. I wonder if it's still up. Somebody needs to investigate that, to see if that mosque is still up, and go get some footage of it. And ask the neighboring mosque. There's a mosque right next to it, a new mosque. Ask the brothers that's in that mosque, why is the old mosque still up? Why is it still standing? For what purpose is it still standing?
In the crime scene footage of the fight with the captured assassin, Thomas Hare, what can you tell me about what you see in that footage?
I've examined that footage extensively. I see in that footage William Bradley trying to rescue the captured assassin, his cohort, his partner, Thomas Hare. I see Bradley pulling away Malcolm's followers, yanking them out the way to free Thomas Hare.
In the footage captured outside the ballroom, assassin William Bradley appears to retrieve something off the body of captured assassin Talmadge X. Hare. Highlighted by yellow dots is something that resembles a piece of cloth that assassin Bradley retrieves. He then walks across the screen from screen right to screen left, tucking the item in his waist or coat. Again, observe the action in real time without geometrical superimposed shapes. Bradley's body language tells us that, like any thief who successfully accomplishes his goal in acquiring the prize, it's always followed by a gloat, a strut of confidence when the thief succeeds. You know the feeling you got when you stole your first candy bar? Vanity always dies hard. Observe the strut. What did he take off Hayer that made him strut like that? And if he came back to finish fighting, whatever he retrieved, he dished off to someone else. Captured assassin Talmadge X. Hayer could tell us much more than previously revealed. An up-to-date interview could tell us much more about what really occurred at the assassination.
So the question is why did he stay around? Why didn't he run to the getaway car and get the hell out of Dodge? It's because he was assured that he wouldn't be arrested. I'm talking about William Bradley. He was assured that he was protected by the police department, the NYPD, and maybe some undercover plainclothesmen that day that were lingering around that fight scene also. I saw William Bradley reach towards Tommy Hayer and take something from Tommy Hayer's waist. It looked like a money belt. I showed this footage in many of my films. You can visibly see that he took away from Tommy Hayer, who was being held by Malcolm's followers, some kind of material, looked like cloth, what I assume is a money belt. The question is what was in that money belt, and why was Bradley so aggressively trying to get to that money belt and walk away with that money belt? What was in that belt? Was it tickets to an airline? Was it keys to something to some area in the ballroom? Because I believe they didn't walk in with weapons that day. I think the weapons were planted previously, before February 21st. I think the weapons were already in the building because those assassins got up several times while they were seated. I think at one point while they were seated, or one of them went to some locker or something, got the weapons back out, came back down, and distributed the weapons to his cohorts. I believe the weapons were in the building already. But back to the money belt. What was in the money belt? What could have been in the money belt? I hope someone who watches this comes up with some concrete answers. Or I would like to ask Brother Zach Kondo what's his thoughts on that, and Peter Goldman, two guys who have studied the assassination extensively. What are their thoughts on watching that footage and seeing William Bradley take something away from Hayer, walk away, walk off screen, but comes back on screen to continue the fight? You see that footage we see, there's much more to that footage. That's edited. That footage was edited when Gil Noble was making his documentaries. We need to see the unedited footage of that fight sequence, because William Bradley walks away with that material money belt. Let's keep it as a money belt. I would think he dished it off to someone. He gave it to someone. And then you see Bradley come back into the frame, I assume to continue his rescue of his partner, Tommy Hayer. But Gil makes the cut there. At the time, Gil didn't know. So when Gil was editing that footage, Gil didn't know where he was making the edit, or how important it would be for us to see that sequence unedited. So someone needs to go back up to ABC TV, get that footage. I heard someone say that someone gave Reverend Al Sharpton all that footage. So maybe Reverend Al Sharpton has that footage. Someone said he got the entire archives of events surrounding Malcolm X. All that footage that was shot on those cameras, those moving 16mm cameras. I would love to see that footage, because I freeze frame the footage in my films, whoever saw my films, they saw the work I did with freezing the frames, analyzing the frames, analyzing what I believe was taking place. They can also employ someone who can read lips, because there's rumors that the policemen were saying things to one another. They were saying things like, "Who is this guy? Is he one of us?" referring to the assassins who were captured or who were out there fighting. Get a lip reader. Go get those prints, those pristine, clear prints of that 16mm footage, and analyze it. Stop playing games about this. If you don't want to do it, give me the footage. I'll slow it down. I'll analyze it. I'll put it on my editing system and take a look at it. But someone needs to do that. Get the footage of that ruckus, of that fight below the Audubon Ballroom marquee, where that fight took place, where Bradley is trying to rescue his friend who got caught at the scene. Get that footage unaltered and analyze it. It's about time someone does that. I suggested that in one of my other films, and apparently no one's taken me up on it. It's time to do that. Let's read the lips of what was being said between the police officers. I forget that police officer's name that took out his gun. I think he fired a shot in the air, and that's when Malcolm's people backed off. They backed away after that. I forget that police chief sergeant's name. Arnoff, I think it was Sergeant Arnoff or something. He fired a shot in the air. And then after that, they was able to take away Hayer safely, so no more ass kicking could be rendered on him.
First and foremost, we all need to thank the heroic action taken by our brother Mustafa Hussain, who fought like a warrior in his attempt to apprehend Nation of Islam killer Talmadge Hayer, who tried to escape after shooting his handgun at Brother Malcolm. We want to thank you, Brother Mustafa, for your service. You are a hero. But now that we've been introduced to Brother Mustafa Hussain, we need to re-examine the footage. Let's take a look at the footage once again. But before we do that, it would be better to explain what the name Abraham Zapruder represents. The footage of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy being assassinated was filmed with a 8mm Bell & Howell Zoom-Matic Director Series Model 414 PD motion picture camera. It was a top-of-the-line model when a man named Abraham Zapruder purchased it in 1962. Mr. Zapruder was standing on a 4-foot concrete abutment when he captured with his camera the president's motorcade when it passed by him, resulting in the infamous footage that occurred on November 22, 1963. The footage was instantly named the Abraham Zapruder film. The film that Evans and Shabazz worked on is dubbed the Black Zapruder film and differs from the Abraham Zapruder film, where President Kennedy's assassins aren't shown, where the Black Zapruder film shows Malcolm X's assassins.
Also captured on film was the attempted escape of Talmadge Hayer, who was nearly pulled apart by Malcolm's followers. This amazing footage also reveals the presence of William Bradley, who has a copy of Muhammad Speaks in his coat pocket. Bradley is the man who fired the shotgun at Malcolm. Bradley, knowing that Hayer was injured badly, has no choice but to go for the body wrap, Velcro tied to Hayer's waist. If Malcolm's followers retrieved the contents of the body wrap, the whole thing could implicate many people. This slowed down footage shows Bradley retrieving the body wrap off of Hayer's waist. The body wrap is highlighted with yellow and orange superimposed colors.
William 25X Bradley walks off screen unchallenged. A blue arrow points to someone who appears to be Mustafa Hassan. A uniformed police officer puts Hassan in a bear hug and throws him up against the wall. A red arrow points to William 25X Bradley and Police Sergeant Arnold Arnoff, appearing to whisper into Bradley's ear a command. Bradley smiles, looking directly into the camera, and continues to flee with the body wrap. Again, with the footage unaltered in real time. Once again, in real time, unaltered. Earl Grant, a former Nation of Islam member and top aide to Brother Malcolm, explains the ruckus that took place under the ballroom's marquee.
I was in the phone booth when I heard the first shot, and then there were some more shots, and then here come all these people just pouring out the door. And this guy, later identified as Hare, whatever his name is, he was running out, still had the gun in his hand. And a bunch of people were kicking him and knocking him until they finally knocked him down, and they were kicking him all in the face and chest and everything. And as I remember him, he looked like a zombie. His eyes were bulging, like he was either high on something or he'd been hypnotized. I don't know what was wrong with him, but he just looked like a zombie, and he never let out a sound. And they were about to kick his chest in, and there was no outcry of pain or anything. He looked like a robot.
Again, carefully examine the footage, and with your own eyes, take into account what's going on. Did you notice that William 25X Bradley walks away with the body wrap? The body wrap, for lack of a better name, a better word, for lack of a better description, we could call it the money belt, the stash belt, the secret wrap, the cloth wrap. Whatever we name it, you could call it blue dog shit. Just don't call it blue magic. It's obvious that the item had in it something very important, important enough to be retrieved. Something William 25X Bradley, a Nation of Islam member, would have fought the hounds of hell to get his hands on. Did you really see what's going on in the footage? I'm not doubting what Brother Mustafa Hassan said he heard between the two officers that day. I wasn't there. In my mind, Officer McCluskey could have been saying to Officer McNair, "What time does McDonald's close? I'm hungry. I want to get a burger." We might need a lip reader to examine the footage. But what the team of Shabazz and Evans has seen is right before our eyes, not our ears. The footage has no audio, but what we can show you should be helpful in your case is this. Fasten your seatbelts. In the footage that shows William 25X Bradley, a Nation of Islam member from Newark, New Jersey's Mosque number 25, Bradley is assaulting Mustafa Hassan by grabbing him by his collar, yanking Hassan by the neck. Bradley is doing this so he can get a clear path to retrieve off his captured partner, Talmadge Hayer, also a Nation of Islam member from Newark, New Jersey's Mosque number 25. Bradley is determined to get a belt wrapped around Hayer's waist, where it appears that Bradley passes the belt off to someone nearby, off screen. It's not the end of Bradley. He can be seen re-emerging back into the frame, back into the scuffle, back into the fight. Is he returning to rescue his captured cohort, Talmadge Hayer, and to assault more of Malcolm's followers? For Bradley to behave this cocky and bold, he had to have assurance from the police that they were on his side.
Would have been a nice coffee shop. Oh, Jesus. Oh. I don't get it. I did what I wanted to do, John. I got you to LA before midnight, so... I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Knowing you, it'll make me want to put those back on you. Thanks. No, John, thank you. Thank you. Something to remember our adventure by. Jack. This better be good. This is good. This is very good. When I was making my getaway, I thought the FBI was closing in on me. Take it, take it. I took some traveling money. Take it, take it. It's not a payoff, it's a gift. You already let me go. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I wish I had money. I know you had money. I didn't know you had money. How much is it? Neighborhood of 300,000. It's a very respectable neighborhood. I don't know what to say, John. Take care. Take care. See you in the next life. See you in the next life. See you in the next life.
Talmadge Hayer admitted that he was a member of the Nation of Islam and indeed worked with other members of the organization to carry out Malcolm's assassination. In a couple of interviews, Hayer admitted some details about the murder, but he never revealed everything because he only said what he wanted to reveal. He needs to be asked about the money belt, the body wrap. He needs to bring some closure to this. We hope Hayer will soon tell us what was in the body belt, the body wrap, the money belt that he was wearing on the day he was captured. They say he's not talking anymore. They say he's not doing any more interviews. He's not talking. His lips are sealed. He's not opening his mouth. He's lucky he's not living in an all-black nation that truly believes in freedom, justice, and equality, and honors a hero like Brother Malcolm. He's lucky black folks aren't like Jewish Holocaust survivors who are still going after individuals who committed war crimes against them, whom, regardless of the passage of time, are still being dragged into court and put on trial. He's lucky. He's very lucky. Extremely lucky. He's not living under the laws of an all-righteous black nation who would be disgusted with his lack of cooperation to finally put to rest what the world needs to know about the intricate details of Malcolm's horrific assassination.
under the laws of a serious all-black nation, people would be forced to talk, or they would face the jaw jack, a vice used on slave ships to force open the mouths of slaves for feeding purposes.
Question. You say that several people who were believed to support Malcolm betrayed him. Can you tell us who they are and how they went about this betrayal?
Yeah, I was going to save that for another film that I'm working on, but I'm going to mention, yeah, there were several people I was told betrayed Malcolm. One was Anas Lukman, James 67X Shabazz, Dick Gregory, and then there's another recent one who's still with us. I'm going to go into great detail on how they did it. I don't want to do it in this particular film, but I'm going to do it in an upcoming video that I'm working on right now, matter of fact. I was stopped from that and asked to do this interview with you, but I'm going to get back to that film also. And then I'll go into great detail about those people that I just named, how they betrayed Malcolm. So stay tuned for that. But Gene Roberts was another one, yes.
What do you want to say to all the Malcolm X haters who keep condemning him for going to the white man to tell his story?
Oh yeah, I read a lot of ridiculous comments. People say, you know, they're mad at Malcolm because he went to the white man to tell his story. He went to Mike Wallace, he went here, he went there, he went to all the white media outlets. Where else was he going to go? He tried to explain his story. He tried to tell his story at the mosque in front of the believers. He tried to tell his story in Chicago, in Detroit. They wouldn't let him. He was barred from mounting the rostrum and telling his side of the story. They wouldn't even let him speak in Muhammad Speaks. They wouldn't let him explain himself through the newspaper that he created, Muhammad Speaks. So where else was he going to go to? There was no YouTube. There was no TikTok. Is that the name of the thing they got out now? TikTok? Is that the name of the place?
Yes.
And other forms of social media. Where else was he going to go? There's another very popular place named one of these things. What's the name of these things? I don't keep up with none of that stuff. Instagram and all this stuff. I don't keep up with none of that stuff. But Malcolm couldn't go to none of those channels. He couldn't make a film and put it up on YouTube. There was no YouTube back then for people to watch. Where else was he going to go? He had to go to the white media. White people controlled the media in those days, strictly. They still do it now also. But back then, all the newspapers, well, most of the newspapers were ran by whites. Television, motion pictures, all that. So where was Malcolm X going to get his story told, his side of the story? He had to go on 60 Minutes. He had to go on 2020. He had to go on these outlets. So I want to say to you knuckleheads who keep accusing him of that, you need to cease and desist saying that nonsense. You need to stop that. It's foolish. Why did he go to the white media? Of course he had to go to the white media to tell his story. They're the only ones who were going to print it. I mean, I give credit to a few black media outlets like the Amsterdam News. They constantly told Malcolm's story. But the Amsterdam News was based in New York. I don't think it was widespread. I don't think it reached other states or other places. So of course he went to the white media. Of course he went to the white man. The white man played his story on national television for everyone to hear. Knucklehead, don't you get it? You clown.
Whatever happened to people keeping their word?
Whatever happened to people keeping their word? I don't know what happened. Word used to be bond. Word, you used to give your word and you kept your word. I don't know what happened. People say they're going to do something these days and they don't do it. They say they're going to do something tomorrow. Tomorrow comes, they don't do it. They come up with an excuse. Oh, I didn't get around to doing it. They say they're going to meet you at 3 o'clock. They show up at 4 o'clock. Or they show up too early. They show up at 2:30 when they say they're going to meet you at 3 o'clock. Be on time. Keep your word. Word is bond. I don't know whatever happened to word is bond. Everyone's breaking their word left and right these days. In fact, I used to wear a watch. I stopped wearing a watch. I used to have a watch on my wrist because I would ask people to be at a certain place at a certain time. They wouldn't be on time. So they told me they didn't respect time, so I stopped wearing my watch when I dealt with them. It became a thing where they're going to show up whenever they show up. I think they call it colored people's time. CPT, colored people's time. That's the time they go by. Nah, man. That's a lost art, keeping your word. Word is bond. In the Nation of Islam, you had to keep your word, at least when I was in there. If a brother said something, a brother usually kept his word, man. We were that tight, man. We respected one another. It's a lost art, man. It's sad, man. Yes, a lost art. Can you imagine how Malcolm felt when he realized that black people physically fighting back their white oppressors was also a lost art? The only tales he kept hearing about black people fighting back were old ancient stories about Hannibal, the Tuskegee Airmen, the Buffalo Soldiers, Harriet Tubman, and stories further back than that. It's not that he didn't know about black people's courage. He knew that we were warriors. He just wanted to see some courageous acts practiced during his lifetime and not 100 years ago. Malcolm was sick and tired of seeing black people constantly suffering peacefully at the hands of brutal white people. When he signed up with the seemingly militant group, the Nation of Islam, he thought his prayers were finally answered. He saw an army of black men in the Nation of Islam practicing judo, karate, and other forms of self-defense. He was convinced would free black people. Malcolm knew that whites were not supernatural people. They died just like everyone else. But as a realist, Malcolm also knew that black people would have to physically arm themselves with firearms. And that's where his true problem started. It broke his heart when he found out that the army in the Nation of Islam was a toothless tiger. He discovered that the Nation of Islam's Fruit of Islam soldiers were just as non-violent as the followers of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that the Nation of Islam mocked and ridiculed so much. When Dr. King had a sit-down with Elijah Muhammad, Dr. King was puzzled over Elijah Muhammad trying to convince him that there was a difference between his followers over his. The reality to Dr. King was that even Elijah Muhammad's Fruit of Islam soldiers were getting their asses kicked on a regular basis, just like everyone else. The puzzled look on Dr. King's face in this photograph speaks 1,000 words. Here's some actual photographs of Nation of Islam members being attacked and even murdered by Los Angeles police. Malcolm was starting to wonder if he was in an organization that only looked and talked tough. He also wondered if the rumors were true about the Nation of Islam being owned and controlled by a rich white man named H.L. Hunt, who controlled the international white power structure's oil industry. Malcolm also entertained the thought that he could wean the Nation of Islam off its dependency of H.L. Hunt's free welfare checks. Time would soon prove that Malcolm's calculations were off, way off. Malcolm had discovered that the leadership in the Nation of Islam were recruiting real revolutionaries and true militants into the organization to water them down and make them non-violent. Malcolm was beginning to realize that he got played, but still he wanted to stay in the organization, determined to turn things around. Every chance Malcolm would get, he would try to convince Elijah Muhammad to get the FOI to purchase some rifles with a portion of the money, with that same money that H.L. Hunt was giving them, so the Nation of Islam could defend itself. But Elijah Muhammad would ignore Malcolm's request each and every time. And when Elijah Muhammad revealed to Louis Farrakhan and all of his other ministers, they were furious with Malcolm, and they all turned against Malcolm, who they declared was a troublemaker that they had to get rid of. All this because Malcolm wanted to protect black people. While Nation of Islam members were parading around with signs that read "Police brutality must go," the only place police brutality was going was upside black people's heads. On October 11, 1963, Malcolm appeared on a television show with Herman Blake and John Leggett. Malcolm spoke about the principles and goals of the Nation of Islam under the guidance of its leader and teacher, Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm, who normally could easily win over and defeat anyone, black or white, in any debate or when questioned on the spot about race relations and the terrible situations that black people have been maneuvered into in a rare occurrence, appeared to struggle to find words to answer with his usual honesty when talk show host John Leggett asked Malcolm about the Nation of Islam's lack of response to police brutality and violent attacks from ordinary white citizens. Pay particular attention to Malcolm as he struggled for legitimate answers. In the opinion of filmmaker Omar Shabazz, it was embarrassing.
Associated or identified or made synonymous with the term violence. But whites speak of Muslims almost synonymously with violence. Whenever Muslims are mentioned by them, violence is brought up. But it's not connected with any other group. This is a sort of a propaganda tactic, or what I would call psychological warfare, to in some way make the image of the Muslims in this country be a violent image rather than a religious image.
I'd like to ask a question in that regard. What's interesting is that members of the Nation of Islam have not used violence even when black Americans were attacked. How do you account for this? Does this in any way contradict some of the basic premises of your movement?
I don't know how you mean.
Well, you maintain, for example, that you will not, or that you should not use violence unless you are attacked by the white man. And I think we can note in the last several years, certainly, dozens and dozens and dozens of instances in which Negroes have been attacked, killed in some instances.
You mean in these demonstrations?
These demonstrations and in the bombings, for example, recently in Birmingham, where they killed 4 little Negro girls. And what interests me is the fact is that the Nation of Islam has not done anything to retaliate.
I think you should be happy.
The important thing is, does your lack of action contradict any of your basic principles?
I'll explain. You should be happy that Muslims who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, number one, don't believe in any form of integration, and who believe that every mention of the word integration by whites, whether it be from the mouth of Kennedy on down to the mouth of the lowest, raggediest white liberal in the street who is beatnik-like involving himself in these integration efforts, if we believed in it, we would integrate, and we would fight anybody who got in our way or made any effort whatsoever to stop us from integrating. If we really believed that the law of the land, the Supreme Court, and other so-called judicial bodies were for real when they talked about integration, we would integrate. And knowing that the law was on our side, and any effort we made to demonstrate toward integration, why, we would know the law should be on our side, if it's the law of the land. If it is the law of the land, then the demonstrators are within the law, and the discriminators are against the law. But to show you the hypocrisy of the law, when Negroes demonstrate for integration, instead of arresting the discriminators, the law arrests the demonstrators. So this is a foolish move on the part of Negroes. And when you foolishly get yourself involved with an enemy, then whatever comes upon you, that's your business. As Muslims, we believe that separation is the best way and the only sensible way, not integration. But on the other hand, when we see our people being brutalized by white bigots, white racists, we think that they are foolish to allow themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish. They should have the right to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog, or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on him.
Should other black men help that particular person who was attacked?
I think you'll find, sir, that there will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
Malcolm was told by Elijah Muhammad to ease up on all talk about confronting the white devil with eye for an eye equality. But this is what happens when you say things that you truly don't believe. Malcolm was forced on this television show to look and sound like a chump. But I'm sure you also noticed that Malcolm couldn't help himself when he resorted back to talk about killing any type of dog hurting black people. But you can rest assured that he would be reprimanded by his Nation of Islam that he blindly loved so much. In the following month of November of the same year, the Nation of Islam would finally come up with an excuse to permanently get rid of Malcolm. The Nation of Islam often accused Malcolm of going to the white press to explain his story, to explain what happened to him. But the hypocrisy of the Nation of Islam shows that they did the same thing way before Malcolm. John Ali called the white press and arranged a press conference to announce that they were getting rid of Brother Malcolm. In fact, they always ran to the white press when they made their public announcements about how they hated Malcolm. These were pure hypocrites. The Nation of Islam was a phony black organization pretending to be militant. Of course he went to the white press. There was no other press to go to. There was no social media. There was no TikTok. There was no YouTube. There was no YouTube. Of course Malcolm went to the white media. They were the main source of information in those days, and they still are. Wake up, you idiot. He went to the white press. He went to the white man. White man controlled all the media back in those days, and still control the media in 2026. So what are you talking about, you ignorant fool? That's why filmmaker Omar Shabazz doesn't want to talk to you, because you're a jerk, because you don't know anything. He's not going to waste his time talking to idiots. He has more important things to do. He has much more important things to do. He's not going to waste time talking to idiots. You're an idiot. He's way above your head. Omar Shabazz is way above you. Make no mistake about that. Listen to the Nation of Islam's National Secretary, John Ali, go before called the white press to announce how they're going to drop Brother Malcolm, and then tell him to have a happy landing. These guys were so phony, it's ridiculous. Like I say, they were a fake militant organization designed to recruit the most militant black people on this planet into them, only to handcuff them and make them non-violent. And when they kept talking about fighting their white oppressors, the Nation of Islam got rid of them. Can't you see it? It's right in front of your face. What is it that you can't see? What is it that you keep missing? But if all you want is to wear a nice looking uniform and look tough, then do your thing, man. I got no problem with you. Go do your thing. Let's listen to this sucker, John Ali, who hated Malcolm's guts.
This statement is from Messenger Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Muslims of America. Minister Malcolm Shabazz addressing a public meeting at Manhattan Center in New York City on Sunday, December 1st, did not speak for the Muslims when he made comments on the death of the President, John F. Kennedy. He was speaking for himself and not Muslims in general. And Minister Malcolm has been suspended from public speaking for the time being. Mr. Muhammad's correct statement on hearing of the death of the President was as follows. We with the world are very shocked at the assassination of our President, and the nation still mourns the loss of our President. And he said that it seems that every president who speaks out on behalf of the Negro has been assassinated, from Lincoln to President Kennedy.
Did you hear that nonsense? They punished Brother Malcolm for saying something about someone they said was a devil. These guys were true phonies. I'm sure you've heard many Nation of Islam members constantly criticizing Malcolm for going to the white media to get his story told. But have you ever read or heard about any one of these phonies talk about how Elijah Muhammad invited the white press into his mansion that was paid for by H.L. Hunt? It was only one day after Malcolm's slaughter when Elijah Muhammad expressed no remorse over what happened to Brother Malcolm. He sat comfortably in his chair talking a bunch of old fuddy-duddy talk about his fear of firearms. Listen carefully. When the reporter asked him about what caused the rift between him and Malcolm, the reporter asked him what caused the trouble between him and Malcolm. And he gonna say Malcolm wanted to use rifles. He used the word arms. So what? You were supposed to use arms. Our people were getting the crap beat out of them. This clip I'm about to play, if I had heard Elijah Muhammad say this before I joined the Nation of Islam, I would have never joined.
Mr. Muhammad, do you believe in New York that the assassin Malcolm X was in allegiance with the Muslims in New York? How do you feel about that charge?
In fact, about it, that we have been trying to make investigations to find just where this assassin come from. And we have not been able to locate him. We don't know him. And
Mr. Muhammad, could you tell us what happened between you and Malcolm X? What was the point of disagreement, sir?
the most of our disagreement was Malcolm wanted to use arms.
Use what?
He wanted to use arms, and I disagreed with him because we have always, for many years now, it's 34 years now, we never resorted to arms. And in fact, about it, that reminded me of that, time and again, to never to pick up arms against no one.
Mr. Muhammad, I'm sorry. Would you say flatly that no black Muslims were involved in the shooting of Malcolm X?
I wasn't there, but I don't believe that any of my followers was had nothing to do with it at all. Because we don't even know this person.
Who do you think might have done it then? Who would have had reason?
I don't know. I have no knowledge.
Are you in fear of your own life?
No, sir.
Did you hear all that old-time fuddy-duddy lame talk? It was pitiful. I see why Malcolm challenged Elijah Muhammad. He punked out. Talking all that shit about how they never use firearms. Yeah, then update your program. Black people are getting their asses kicked. Step up your program. Modify your program. Revise your program. I'll make it more plain for you. Elijah Muhammad betrayed the Black Revolution. Fuddy-duddy old-time nonsense. At a press conference, Malcolm spoke about an attack by police on 7 unarmed Fruit of Islam brothers. The date of the attack was April 27, 1962. A brother that Malcolm truly loved was a brother named Ronald Stokes, who was shot dead in the attack. Ronald Stokes was the type of Nation of Islam follower that gave his full dedication to the organization. Malcolm was crushed over the murder of Ronald Stokes. Malcolm knew Ronald personally. Let's listen to Brother Malcolm at the press conference.
The Negro Press came to us and asked us what took place. Yes, sir. Listen, ma'am, the Negro Press, the Sentinel, the Eagle, the Herald Dispatch, Jet, all the Negro Press, and not only them, across the country. New York, Amsterdam News, Philadelphia Tribune, all of the Negro papers asked us what happened. And what made me feel so good, and it makes me even feel more good to see Brother Roy Wilkins' telegram.
that there's not a Negro in America who was gullible enough to eat the story that Chief Parker fed to the Wyatt service. Yes, sir. I don't know. Sir? I don't think, well, I don't know if I would be wise to say what I think along that line, but I don't think it was calculated to happen right then because there was so much ignorance involved. So many ignorant moves were made by the police, it's impossible for me to believe that the police could have planned that thing. They made so many mistakes. They were very foolish in practically everything that they did. I'm inclined to believe that one of them did say this. When they were shooting up, they shot around inside the mosque, so much so that we found bullets laying on the floor inside a religious house of prayer. If someone throws a glass through the window of a synagogue or through the window of a church, everybody's up in arms all over the world. Here is the police department shooting up a house of prayer indiscriminately. And they didn't have any doubt about where they were because the sign in there says that this is authorized as a house of worship by the Los Angeles, and it conforms with all of the Los Angeles municipal codes. They were left lying on the street for some time, and they were handcuffed. They were handcuffed and bleeding. It arrived very late. They'd arrived early. As I told you earlier, even the policeman said, why should the ambulance hurry? There's nothing but niggers out there. Why, if some of you could hear or were aware of the conversation that the police engaged in concerning this event, I don't care how much anti-Muslim you might be, your own humane quality would make you resent with shame and their disgraceful behavior. At this particular point, it's not our intention to divulge what we intend to do. But I will say this, that no matter how much effort is put forth by the daily press to suppress the facts of the brutal murder of this black man and the cold-blooded shooting of these other 6 black men, the press in Africa won't camouflage it. The press in Asia won't camouflage it. The press in Latin America won't camouflage it. These facts will be fed to them. And it makes America look like imbeciles to send billions of dollars to all of these dark countries trying to buy their friendship and their sympathy and their allegiance, and then shoot down black men in this country in cold blood and think that they can sell their forms of democracy or ideology to those people over there. I'll ask my lawyer. Sir, use your common sense. I don't like to go into the intricate details, but here's one witness. One witness tells us how the cop had shot a brother point blank through his groin and through his penis. Shot him in the guts like this. So the brother grabbed the gun. To keep from being shot again, he was wrestling, trying to keep that gun from pointing at him, and someone hit him in his head. And when they hit him in his head, the cop took it and blasted him right through here. It's easy for me to tell how a cop could have gotten shot. They could have shot each other. They went mad that night. They were wild that night. They were like maniacs that night. I don't think it's so much the work of the Ku Klux Klan, but they do say that there is a strong Klan-like element in Southern California. And a Klan don't have to put on a white sheet, not in 1962. Today they can put on business suits, police uniforms, lawyers' uniforms. They come all kinds of ways, but they're just as much Klansmen today as they were 30 years ago. I don't think that sir, Negro leaders are against police brutality no matter whom it is practiced against.
your members of your lot went astray of your rules, what would your penalty be?
He couldn't stay with us. Yes, any Muslim who can't abide by the laws of Islam cannot walk with us.
One could have had a weapon.
No, one didn't have a weapon. And you can get a microscope, sir. I know that a weapon must be found to in some way justify the atrocity that was committed. They must find the weapon. They can't find the weapon. It's like not with a Muslim. A Muslim isn't even allowed to have a weapon in his home, much less upon his person. Well, if you're twisting someone's arm, you're the one that's attacked. I said, well, when, as I said, our religion teaches us to always obey the law religiously. I'm going to tell you, our religion teaches us to always obey the law. Above all, first and above all. But at the same time, anyone who attacks us, we are allowed to defend ourselves. To my knowledge, the police, in his questioning of the brothers, refused to accept the brother's answer. He wanted the brother to be a burglar. He wanted him to be a burglar. And because he had no evidence that the man was a burglar, he wanted the brother to be impolite. But because the brother was polite to the extreme, it infuriated him. And he grabbed him and began to twist his arm. And, sir? No, they weren't. No. I think that the intricate details will be brought out in the investigation. No, there were two brothers and two officers. This Negro special cop that I was telling you about, he drove by and fired shots, and naturally everybody came out, and a lot of people running, a lot of the people that you thought were Muslims probably weren't even Muslims. When you get excited, everybody looks like a Muslim to you. No, a Muslim doesn't carry a gun. When he started shooting, the alarm went out, as I said. And as the papers give it, 75 came. But they didn't come to where the incident took place. They came to the temple. He was at the temple. He didn't even know what had happened down the street. All he heard was gunshots. No, sir. When he heard gunshots, he asked his wife, who had his little baby, to please go in the back someplace. There's trouble outside. He went up and made a telephone call. And when he came downstairs, then this is when the general alarm cops had arrived. And they arrived, as I said, with their guns blazing. Yes, very important, yes. If the police in America have a special riot tactic, which you're probably familiar with. Whenever there's trouble, they pull up to the scene and firing up in the air. That's one of the tactics. This is supposed to put fright into the persons who are involved and make them be quelled. Well, this is what these police did. But when they pulled up with their guns blazing, instead of those guns blazing in the air, those guns were blazing at Negroes. And what Parker is trying to do now is make the Negroes in the community think that we're not Negroes, that we're something different, and that all of them should be against us. And once he gets us out of the way, what they don't realize is they'll start on him. Sir? Well, any type of unity that's displayed by Negroes today automatically is a threat to the power structure or the status quo. And today, for the first time, Negroes are beginning to show more unity in America than they've ever showed in the history that we've been here. Our differences are set in the background. And this is dangerous. This is considered dangerous by some elements. Everybody else can be together. Ambulances were rushing to the mosque. So one officer said, what they rushing for? Just a nigger, just another nigger shot. And when he got to the precinct, he turned to the brother and says, I hope you don't mind don't take offense at what I said back there. under the heat of emotion because some of my best friends are colored. This brother here whose head was beaten, they told him, one officer said to the other, I broke my nightstick over the nigger's head. So the other officer said to him, well, you should have had one of the new kind, and it wouldn't have broken. When the brother who was shot through the, up above the heart and through the penis was laying on the floor, was laying in the station, the officer was telling him, nigger, get up and run so I can kill you. These things happen. Well, I think, sir, that when you read reports of the type of information that Prophet has been feeding to the press, and the press has been feeding to the public, and in turn also to the police officers, it has created, as the California Eagle, you can get the answer in the California Eagle this week. Beautifully, they described how Parker has been filling his own men with fear and hatred of the black community, and especially of the Muslims. Well, the man, see, when you give a man as much power as Los Angeles has given him, and you don't have anyone around here who seems nerve enough to challenge him, naturally he does the same thing that Hitler did in Germany. He begins to think that he is God, and any act that he commits is a godly act, no matter how atrocious it is. I doubt that any other police chief in any other city would dare to come along behind his men, behind the type of crime that his men committed in this Negro community, and try and sell it to the white public. In order to clarify that, you have to have a knowledge of what was taking place down there. And I was born in America, in Omaha, Nebraska. No. Well, easily I can explain it. Well, just a moment. When you ask me about my name, if a Chinese were to come in here and say his name was Patrick Murphy, you'd know that somewhere along the line he got in trouble or fell by the wayside. But that's not a Chinese name. No. If a Chinese person has no business with an Irishman's name, if a yellow man looks absurd wearing a white man's name, it's even more absurd for a black man to have a white man's name. If the Negroes, and you ask for an explanation, you can take my explanation. If you want it, take it the way I give it to you, or you don't want it. The Negroes in this country who have English names, those names represent the last slave master who owned their grandparents. It is not their name. It is the slave master's name. So when we become Muslims, sir, and we come back toward our own culture, we cut aside completely those things that stigmatize us in this country. That also represents the unknown, and I think you will agree that the history of the black man, before he was brought to this country, you'll find that he came from Africa, which had a Muslim culture and Muslim civilization, a great part of it. And the Mali Empire stretched from the Nile River over to the shores of West Africa. That was a Muslim empire. The Moorish Empire was Muslim. The empires that existed in northern Nigeria were Muslim. Kano, one of the oldest cities in Africa, was a Muslim city 500 years before Columbus discovered America. So now when you ask me how, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who is teaching the black people in this country that the only way that we can solve the race problem is not by forcing ourselves upon the white man, but by doing something for ourselves, teaches us also that we'll never have the incentive or the desire to do anything for ourselves until we first learn something about ourselves, about our past. The NAACP is against any type of brutality, and which we are too. The NAACP is for integration. We're for separation, and we agree on the objective, but we disagree on the method. Actually, what both of us want is human dignity for the black people in this country. And the NAACP thinks that integration is the road that will bring about a solution to the problem that the black man is confronted with. I'm Minister Malcolm X of Muhammad's Mosque No. 7 in New York City, and the national representative of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who is our spiritual leader and teacher. And Friday night, April the 27th, at approximately 11:15 or o'clock in what has since come to be seen as a tragic comedy of errors, police errors, 7 innocent unarmed black men were shot down in cold blood by Police Chief William H. Parker's Los Angeles City Police. One of these 7 innocent unarmed black men is now dead. He was murdered in cold blood by police bullets. Another is paralyzed. 5 others are hospitalized from bullet wounds and are also in serious condition. These were 7 innocent men, 7 innocent black victims of police bullets. This did not happen in Hitler's Nazi Germany. This happened to innocent black men in Los Angeles, California. How could this brutal crime against innocent, unarmed human beings occur in America with no public outcry by the well-thinking Americans? It is because Police Chief William H. Parker has misused the American press, the radio, television, newspapers, and the wire services to spread false propaganda in order to camouflage the true facts in one of the most savage, ferocious, inhuman, and atrocities ever inflicted upon unarmed, innocent human beings in a so-called democratic and civilized society. This Gestapo-type atrocity and the effort to cover up the atrocity with the sanction and the support of the American press is in itself a crime against any society that professes to be civilized, religious, and God-fearing, and makes America look like a savage, uncivilized police state in the eyes of our brothers and sisters in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And simply because Chief William H. Parker's well-armed stormtroopers wore police uniforms while shooting down these 7 innocent black men in cold blood doesn't make the criminal actions of the policemen any more right than the uniforms worn by Hitler and his uniformed Gestapo police who shot down the innocent Jews in Nazi Germany. Despite Police Chief William H. Parker's efforts to justify this brutal act of cold-blooded murder by his police department and the seeming willingness of the white press to help him suppress the facts, the truth must leak out. And the good-thinking Americans who learn the truth about this case and fail to protest vigorously this type of police state murder should never again speak out against Hitler, Nazi Germany, and the Gestapo police brutalities practiced against the innocent Jews in Nazi Germany. Of the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, written to Edward Warren, president of the local NAACP, what he said, and I quote, the National Office supports fully the protest which the Los Angeles branch has lodged in the brutal police killing of Ronald Stokes. Police brutality against any segment of the population demands vigorous action by all elements in the city. There is an incredible report circulating here that some sections of the Los Angeles Negro community are remaining silent because Stokes was a leader in the Muslim movement. We urge our Los Angeles branch to press in all possible ways to bring the guilty police to account and to rally the other groups to do likewise. Never in its history has the NAACP withheld condemnation of and action against police brutality because of race or religion, and it will not do so now. That's a statement made from our good friend, Roy Wilkins.
Have colored people ever accepted the Ku Klux Klan or the white citizens council or any group of that sort?
What?
Have the colored policemen ever went in and set up Ku Klux Klan or...
There is no record of so-called Negro policemen ever making an attack on the Ku Klux Klan, the White Citizens Council, or any group. The policemen who police's dance hall came by and fired some shots. And these shots caused an alarm to be sent out over the police network. And instead of the police coming to the scene of the crime, scene of the so-called incident, which was a block away from our religious place of worship. They came straight to the mosque. And when they drove up there shooting with their, as the local press has already pointed out, with their guns blazing. The local press called it a blazing gun battle. Muslims don't carry guns. And what you described as a blazing gun battle was the blazing guns of policemen against unarmed black men. Down in cold blood by the officer. He was unarmed. And 6 other men were shot down in the same manner. They were unarmed. And every police department in America, including the FBI, no matter what criticisms they have of the Muslims who follow Mr. Muhammad, they admit that we do not carry arms. We're not even allowed to carry as much as a penknife or a fingernail file. But it was. So after these men were, when the police finally subdued them, and as they shot them down, they handcuffed them. When Ronald was shot, the police weren't satisfied. They beat him. While he was laying on the ground with a bullet through his heart, they put a hole in his head with their clubs. Hole right there. How close they were when they let him. How close they were up on him when they let him have it. And after he had, in the autopsy that was performed without in the knowledge of his family, of his relatives. They just cut him open to get the bullet because he's just another Negro. And after he was shot down, it shows how they knocked a hole in his head with their clubs. And then had the audacity to maneuver the white press into saying that some policemen were injured, but they never pointed out the injuries that they had inflicted. One other Negro was shot through the chest, shot a quarter of an inch above his heart. The bullet passed through his hole in Ronald Stokes' head. This is the man that was murdered. Now, why would he have to have his head knocked in besides a bullet through his heart? These pictures were taken. These weren't taken by me, but they were taken. And I'm giving you the result of my investigation.
In total contrast to Elijah Muhammad's betrayal of his followers and all black people in general, listen to Malcolm's fearless position on black people defending themselves.
Self-defense. Since self-preservation is the first law of nature, we assert the Afro-Americans' right to self-defense. The Constitution of the United States of America clearly affirms the right of every American citizen to bear arms. And, as Americans, we will not give up a single right guaranteed under the Constitution. The history of unpunished violence against our people clearly indicates that we must be prepared to defend ourselves, or we will continue to be a defenseless people at the mercy of a ruthless and violent racist mob.
Why, it's a farce to make Negroes think that civil rights legislation is needed to get us recognition as citizens.
Well, what would you suggest be done then to let a Negro go wherever he wants to in the South and get all the other benefits that the bill provides him?
You can't do anything by legislation. It takes education. The white man in this country needs to be re-educated so that his behavior pattern toward non-whites will change. And the black man in this country also needs to be re-educated so our behavior pattern and attitude toward ourselves will change. And once a little educating is done on both sides, you'll probably find that that in itself will do more to bring about the spirit of brotherhood than all of the legislation that's designed to force the two together. You can't legislate brotherhood. That brotherhood comes about through understanding, and understanding is created through education.
Now, Malcolm, on one side you're talking about brotherhood and education, and on the other side you're talking about guerrilla movements in the South. Where do you stand?
Both of them are educational. We demand our right to have access to equality of opportunity to anything that this country stands for, as long as we're born here and come within the confines of the Constitution that governs this country. Now, in line with that, we feel that we have the right to defend ourselves whenever we take measures to participate as citizens and unlawful elements like the Ku Klux Klan get in our way. We think the two positions are consistent. In fact, one complements the other.
Malcolm, tell me why you want to send guerrillas to Mississippi.
Well, Professor Mark DeWolf Howell of the Harvard Law School, speaking for 29 other law professors, pointed out that the United States government could intervene by law in the state of Mississippi by sending troops. And since the Attorney General and others in the federal government have pointed out that they don't intend to send federal troops in themselves to protect the lives and the property of the Negroes who are being brutalized down there, it's our intention to try and organize the black people or the American Negroes in this country into self-defense units in that area, in areas where the government is unwilling or unable to defend our people. We will defend our people ourselves.
Just what exactly would these units do? Eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth situation?
Well, as long as it is an intelligently organized effort that is being made, the discipline involved will keep our people acting intelligently and discriminately. But if something isn't done in this country to organize Negroes who are fed up with this nonviolent, turn-the-other-cheek approach in a sensible direction to bring about the halting of this brutality that we are constantly the victims of, then Negroes are going to react in a disorganized way, in an unintelligent way, and an indiscriminate way when it comes to retaliation. So we actually think that we're doing more to uphold the law and protecting the lives and property of our people in an organized way than to sit around and let a disorganized effort develop.
What would you do in a specific case, say, of the 3 missing boys right now?
Well, one of the things I would do if I wanted to find them, I would look in the police station in Mississippi. And when you think in terms of the Ku Klux Klan as being the ones who are responsible for them being missing, then in the state of Mississippi, most of the policemen belong to the Klan. The two organizations are interwoven with each other. So we would look in some of the police stations or start questioning the police. There's no need to question the people out there in the street. The police know more about where these persons are, whether they're dead or alive, than anyone else in Mississippi.
When you say you'd question the police, do you really think you'd get them to talk to you?
No. So it means that we've reached the point where talking is a waste of time.
What would you do?
It has become necessary for the American Negro, of which there are 22 million, to go on record to let the world know that since the American government in Washington, D.C. has proven its unwillingness or its inability to protect us in the state of Mississippi, the black man in this country is obligated to take it upon himself to organize and put forth the efforts that are necessary to give our people the protection that has not been forthcoming from the government. Well, the alternative is that the federal government, which is supposed to protect the rights of Negroes the same as it protects the rights of whites, must take the responsibility of recognizing the fact that the state of Mississippi is part of the United States and is under the jurisdiction of the United States government, and therefore the United States government is responsible for all of the violence, the bloodshed, and brutality that takes place in Mississippi. In the past, as long as our people have been the victim of brutality, the government has dragged its feet. So we have to create a situation where we can retaliate and create a situation that will force the United States government to occupy the state of Mississippi and do for us in protecting us as she has done for others while trying to protect others.
This is your goal.
I would not say.
Would they need training?
Oh, yes. Anytime you are sending people against an enemy on the front lines, they need training. And the only criticism that I have of the students who have been sent in, I think that the organization that sent these students in to show our people there how to become involved in this voters registration is a great step. And the whites involved should be given credit as well as the Negroes who will receive the benefit of it. All of them should be given credit. But I believe that they made a tactical mistake in sending these young people in and not showing them how to defend themselves. Because to send them in this area with no idea of how to defend themselves against the brutal attacks of the Klan is equivalent to sending soldiers on the front lines in Korea or in South Vietnam or Laos. And that enemy over there is nowhere near as vicious as the Klan and the White Citizens Council and other racist elements in this country.
You mentioned that you would use white people to infiltrate the Klan to gather intelligence.
Yes, in my speaking engagements around the country on the various campuses, I have found many young whites who were sincere in their desire to see an end brought to racism. And many of them are now actively involved in SNCC and the nonviolent approach. But those same ones who are involved in the nonviolent approach would become involved in any approach that they thought would bring an end to racism. And I think that most whites as well as blacks can see that from experience in Mississippi and other parts of the South, the racist element there are too morally bankrupt to react in a positive way to the nonviolent approach.
Could you trust a person who belonged to the group that you used to call the Blue-Eyed Devils with information? When I trust his information?
When I referred to them as the Blue-Eyed Devils, I was speaking for Elijah Muhammad. When I referred to them as a race of devils, I was speaking then for Elijah Muhammad. And I don't speak for Elijah Muhammad today. In fact, if Elijah Muhammad is the leader of the black people in this country, as he professes, then he should be concerned with the brutal treatment that our people are receiving in the state of Mississippi and send his well-trained Fruit of Islam down there to protect our people instead of sending them out here in the street to attack former Muslims who don't want to go along with this program anymore.
You would trust a white man's information, though?
Well, I have gotten information from whites in the past, even while I was a member of the Black Muslim movement, that I found to be pretty authentic.
Malcolm, what's your ultimate goal?
My ultimate goal is to make whatever contribution I can toward bringing about complete freedom, justice, and equality for black people in this country. Complete respect and recognition as human beings. And the Organization of Afro-American Unity, which we've now formed, has that as its aim, to lift the struggle for freedom of the Negro in this country from the level of civil rights to the level of human rights, and carry out a program which will be designed to make us recognized and respected as human beings, as members of the human family, wherein our human rights will be respected, and then we think our civil rights, the recognition and respect of our civil rights, will be automatic.
Do you feel that you personally are struggling now to retain your role as a Negro leader?
I have never strived to retain or occupy any role as a Negro leader, and I think that my own manner of representing Mr. Elijah Muhammad was such that everyone agreed that I submerged my own personality completely out of respect for his leadership. And so I wasn't trying to be a leader then, and I'm not trying to be a leader now. I'm one of 22 million black people in this country who is absolutely impatient and disenchanted and fed up when I have to look at the television every night and see police dogs biting our people, or see policemen clubbing our people, or see our women and our children being washed down the sewer with fire hoses, simply because they want to exercise their rights in a society which says that they are citizens.
Can you give me some specific ideas of what you would do?
No, I wouldn't give any specific ideas of what should be done or how we would go about doing it. But I can say that our people have been in the armed services. We have many Negroes in this country who know every type of fighting tactic imaginable in warfare. And if they can go into Korea and South Vietnam and Laos and train others in guerrilla warfare, they can come right over here and train our own people in defense tactics that can bring an end to this Klan-like brutality. Instead of our people continuing to let the Klan and these other racist elements intimidate us with murder and organized brutality, if the Klan knows that we will retaliate, that we can retaliate and will retaliate and do unto them as they have been doing unto us, we feel that that in itself will be sufficient to hold them in check. And if the government doesn't want this type of situation to develop, then it is up to the United States government to answer the plea of James Foreman and the other Negro leaders in the South and give them federal troops to protect the lives and property of our people. Those from outside would go in for the purpose of organizing the self-defense units. And one of the steps in that organization involves making the Negroes in Mississippi see that they are within their rights to defend themselves rather than always allow themselves to be the victims of the attacks by the Klan and the White Citizens Council and other racist elements.
When you say defend themselves, what sort of methods of defense are you advocating?
By any means necessary. Our goal is to force the United States government to take its role as a government and take its responsibility as a government and occupy the state of Mississippi and give our people the protection that they cannot get under the police system that now exists in that state.
And you want me to believe that foolishness Elijah Muhammad was talking about in comparison to Brother Malcolm? Are you serious? You want to challenge a serious guy like me over some foolishness? Nah, Malcolm had it right. Malcolm had it right. Malcolm had it right about self-defense. Elijah Muhammad was setting our people up for the kill. He was going to get our people killed. And you want to argue with a serious brother like me? I know you done lost your mind. And in case you missed it when I said it earlier, Elijah Muhammad betrayed the Black Revolution. And he threw his best student, Brother Malcolm X, under the bus. I mean, there's no room for argument. I presented my case here. I presented my case in this documentary. What is there to argue about? Now come on and leave a stupid comment under this upload and watch the people come down on your dumb butt. Any black person who's not talking about self-defense in 2026, don't walk away from them. Run away from them. Malcolm's ideas made more sense to me. Check out this U.S. Army Survival Manual. We need books like this in our collection also. Listen to some of the things covered in this manual.
M21-76. Reprint of Department of the Army Field Manual. U.S. Army Survival Manual. Headquarters Department of the Army. Chapter 1. The Will to Survive. Chapter 2. Survival Planning. Chapter 3. Survival Medicine. Chapter 4. Field Expedient Weapons and Tools. Chapter 5. Water Procurement. Chapter 6. Wild Plants for Food. Chapter 7. Wildlife for Food. Chapter 8. Shelters. Chapter 9. Fire Building. Chapter 10. Water Crossings. Chapter 11. Field Expedient Direction Finding. Chapter 12. Signaling. Chapter 13. Desert Survival. Chapter 14. Tropical Survival. Chapter 15. Arctic and Subarctic Survival. Chapter 16. Sea Survival. Chapter 17. Knots. Appendix A. Poisonous snakes. Appendix B. Clouds, foretellers of weather. Appendix C. Edible plants. Appendix D. Poisonous plants.
You see, this is the kind of stuff Malcolm was interested in. Trying to get our people to survive. That's an important word, survival. Look up that word, survival. And look at what's in the back of all the cards issued to all the members in the OAAU and Muslim Mosque Incorporated. Look what was written in the back of the card. Malcolm wasn't playing, man. Elijah Muhammad was a joke compared to Malcolm. Elijah Muhammad was talking about UFOs coming to fight for black people. Get out of here with that nonsense. Now come on, leave a stupid comment so you can embarrass yourself. And make sure you put your real name under your comment and not your stage name. Malcolm's followers who I met told me that Malcolm was into this realistic type of stuff. Stuff to keep us alive. And a lot of you are dumb enough to think just because he was killed, he didn't live, that he was wrong. He was just cut down. He was cut down. That didn't make him wrong because he lost his life. That didn't make him wrong because he lost his life. His life was taken. He didn't give up his life. His life was taken. Malcolm wanted to continue fighting for us. And he would have been successful had he lived. Stop letting people scare you. Stop letting people scare you. We need more than books on how to eat to live. We also need books on how to protect ourselves to live. Malcolm had it right. He was way above Elijah Muhammad. Just because we know what to eat is not going to stop these people from running up on us. How to eat to live, to do what? To stay around to get our asses kicked by racists? Now here's one I hope I'm wrong about. Remember when they accused Saddam Hussein of having all these weapons of mass destruction, which was proven to be untrue? In particular, it was Colin Powell who fabricated that phony story. That same phony story caused Saddam Hussein to be captured and hung by his neck till death. So the question is why is Louis Farrakhan proudly standing here posing next to Colin Powell? Why do I ask? Because it's a legitimate question. I hope I'm wrong. Who remembers the tragedy in Guyana? Who remembers Jim Jones, who made all his followers drink Kool-Aid laced with cyanide that killed them? Who remembers that? So the question is why is Louis Farrakhan sitting on the podium with Jim Jones, mass murderer? Why do I ask? Because it's a legitimate question. I hope I'm wrong about what I'm thinking. Jim Jones has on a white suit. Yeah, that's him with the arrow pointing at him. And this is Farrakhan right here with the arrow pointing at him. In the middle between Farrakhan and Jim Jones is Master Farad Muhammad. And I hope I'm wrong about this one also. Remember Elijah Muhammad said we need a state, black people needed a state in the United States to live in, an independent state. I can't help but think they was going to put us in a state and annihilate all of us. I hope I'm wrong, but that's my suspicion, that Elijah Muhammad and Farad and the Nation of Islam was going to get us in a state and they was going to do away with us. And they were going to do away with us. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm a thinker. I have to think. I know you're saying I don't think they would do that, but that's your problem. Your problem is that you don't think they would do it. You understand? You got to put it all on the table, man. You can't dismiss nothing. You got to examine it all. You got to think about everything. You got to think about everything. I can hear you now. Nah, I don't think they would do that. I don't think he would do that. I don't think she would do that. Yeah, you keep thinking that. Keep not thinking and see what happens. Keep not thinking and watch what happens. I hope I'm wrong. Don't forget, Elijah Muhammad was going to put black people in a state without arms to protect themselves. Is it starting to get clear to you now? He wanted black people to live in a state unprotected, without firearms. Yeah, but I bet you're thinking now. Putting these films together about Malcolm is no easy task. I have finally found a few brothers who aren't afraid to express their admiration for Brother Malcolm. George Luckett, Zaki Woodard, Cody Brooks. Man, I'm lucky. I won't use those brothers in this documentary. It'll just be me and George because we're former Nation of Islam members. But Cody and Zaki will come back. They will return. Make no mistake about that. I'm having a rough time trying to come up with a title for this film. Should I call it Part 2? George and Omar again? Nah, that sounds like the previous one. I'll just keep the title to be announced until I make up my mind. Now, where did I put that powerful letter that Malcolm sent to Elijah Muhammad? I can't find it. Ah, here's that letter that Brother Malcolm typed and sent to Elijah Muhammad. I tore this place up looking for it. I finally found it. Fed up with Elijah Muhammad doing nothing to protect his loyal and dedicated followers, Malcolm had to express his frustration with Elijah Muhammad, who was sitting idly by and watching his followers getting physically destroyed. Malcolm typed the letter from his office at Hotel Teresa, Harlem, New York, on June 2nd, 1964. Malcolm began to strike the keys on his portable typewriter so hard and fast, he nearly broke the machine apart. Who can blame him? He was righteously angry. He joined the Nation of Islam with hope of building up an army of black men ready to stand tall in defense of their mistreated people, only to discover that the organization's leadership were only interested in obtaining material wealth. Let's check out the letter.
Hotel Teresa, New York City, June 2, 1964. Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Mr. Elijah Muhammad, despite the increasing acts of violence against fellow Afro-Americans instigated by the Fruit of Islam recently in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, you have tried to give the public the impression that you are aloof to what is going on. But as the leader of the Fruit of Islam, your calculated silence will not enable you to escape the full blame for the explosive situation that is developing. Students of the Black Muslim movement know that no member of the Fruit of Islam will ever initiate an act of violence unless the order is first given by you. Since you didn't open your mouth and give word to fight back when your faithful Muslim followers were brutally shot and beaten by white racists in Los Angeles, California, Rochester, New York, Monroe, Louisiana, and elsewhere, how can you justify now giving the word for your followers to declare war on each other simply because some refuse to follow you any longer? No matter how much you stay in the background and stir others up to do your murderous dirty work, any bloodshed committed by Muslim against Muslim will compel the writers of history to declare you guilty not only of adultery and deceit, but also of murder. Assalamu alaikum. Malcolm X.
This is a song about change, you see. We say many things about the changing aspects of our lives. We say that since change is inevitable, we should direct the change rather than simply continue to go through the change. We sing a song of revolution as change to the brothers in the Caribbean and Africa, where I'm coming from. Early in the morning, I heard the call of a crow. It said, come on now, brother, want you to fly with me, and can't you see it's time to go? Well, I've been working on this Delta underneath burning sun. Seemed like a Mississippi revolution. I feel like where I'm coming from. Feel like where I'm coming from. Feel like where I'm coming from. Brother man run to Nebraska after the Civil War was through. He worked with his hands, he worked on the land, all of his life, and nothing else he knew to do. Rootin' to the Wild West, shooting up brothers, though his story don't teach us none. It seemed like a Wild West revolution. Ought to be where I'm coming from. Ought to be where I'm coming from. Ought to be where I'm coming from. Brother man raised on welfare. He lived his life in the heart of the city. Among the junkies and the desperate people, the brother man learned about a life without pity. But he'd just been thinking and waiting and thinking and waiting. He knew his chance was bound to come. It seemed like a big city revolution. Ought to be where I'm coming from, 'cause it's where I'm coming from, and I ought to be where I'm coming from. Yeah. I'm trying to make. I'm moving from place to place and time to time. Yes, and the vibrations that bring me new vibrations. Oh, it's on the people's mind. They tell me again, don't be afraid of a revolution. Ain't nothing but change, and change is sure enough bound to come. Yeah, now put a little revolution in your life. You'll understand where I'm coming from. Can you understand where I'm coming from? Understand where I'm coming from? Yeah, tell me, can you just understand? I'm trying my best to explain, but tell me, do you understand? Living in a world of change, now tell me, do you understand? Now I'm trying my best to explain, but tell me, do you understand?